Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We've got a submission right out of the gate today by Lucy Bubblegum. And I assume that you'll want to see the latest one, Sunburn Pyramid, since this is a very fresh upload from this week. Let me know if that's not correct, but I think we'll safely assume that we'll dive into this one first today. Explore the Sunburn Pyramid for its ancient treasures, but beware the sun. As always, let me know if the stream is working fine on your end. Sometimes we have a couple of sound problems and other things to sort out early on, but we'll hopefully be okay. Oh yes, okay, and the sun's going to activate the on-off switch using the bomb. And then there's going to be some kind of scroll break after the on-off. I'm just trying to get up here to see if we can do anything up there first, but I guess not. It'll activate the bomb over here. And we'll just stay out of the way of the sun while we let it do its job. And steadily open up a few gates and light a few fires along the way, so. Just let it sweep. And we'll keep on going. And we'll just dance over there for no reason whatsoever, just to take some risks. The auto-scroll, of course, ensures that the sun is in an entirely predictable and reliable position throughout the duration of the course. And I guess we'll go down... Whoop. Never mind, I guess we'll go around this way. And totally miss it on this side too, almost. There we go. And squirrel time. We'll see what we can reach with that. Let's avoid the clearly marked Podoboo location over here. And here. And we'll just let it sweep. Probably just going to skip those coins for the time being, but... Whoop! Oh, so much for that. Getting too clever here. Much too clever. Unfortunately, you're saying it's really hard to use the sun lighting bombs as a mechanic as they kill it extremely easily. Yeah, I've used it, or rather I've seen it used in these circumstances before, where it's used for these controlled gate activations and other things. I remember playing a music level a few years ago that used exactly this. And probably a puzzle as well that was doing something like this, using auto-scroll to just confine the sun. But yeah, I definitely played a music auto-scroller that uses this because it's a very attractive mechanic in a situation where auto-scroll is going to be in play regardless. Anyway, let's keep going. And yeah, all the Podoboos are marked in advance here, so no surprises, really, when it comes to that. Actually, rather liked approaching it from the right here last time, but slightly risky, perhaps. This is the squirrel, we know that. Try not to lose it quite so readily this time. Oops. And, oh, there we go. That was quick. You're saying, honestly, the Aztec Sun grew on you a bit while making this. Oh, you mean the NSMBU design. That is, of course, original to Maker 2. Yeah, it looks just, you know, slightly glum. It's not particularly angry. It's mellowed out somewhat since SMB3. That's for sure. And Nalia, welcome. Alright, let's just keep on going. Oh, jumping a little tightly here. Under the low ceiling. That's okay. Pretty clear spin jump location over there, unless of course you have a squirrel suit, in which case you would just burst up to it. Whoops. And yeah, hello, whoops. That was a bit of a looking at chat death. Which happens? Spanish? No, not really. I understand it very minimally, so this is a predominantly English language stream. Sometimes I can pick up some Spanish by similarity with French, which I do speak somewhat, but not always. Actually, I had a lengthy holiday in Spain last year where I did require a bit of interpretation. So, let's head over here. And down. Okay. Not too much of a pain to lose that. Whoa, lost it again. Never mind. Some of the risk assessment could use some work. Oh, there we go. But we'll have a checkpoint. You know, given that you design traditionally, I'm surprised that you don't do the Nintendo-style mushroom at checkpoint. Since otherwise, your levels, from what I've seen so far, tend to adhere to a lot of traditional conventions when it comes to progressive power-ups fairly faithfully. Up to you as the maker, of course, but it does surprise me because I think sometimes in a traditional format you see a bit more adherence to that. Fishy, you're requesting Toad. We can do that. Yeah, and Alia, that's okay if you are understood well enough here to get by. That is fine. We occasionally do have some people who are also makers here who will speak both Spanish and English and might be able to assist. Let's skip the Morton Stomp for a moment here and tread a bit carefully. And here we go. Yeah, I guess if you came from Maker 1 especially, you just kind of assume that the Nintendo-style mushroom at checkpoint is just going to be there. And Fishy, you made it #1 weekly. Congratulations. Well done. More importantly, you got a royal outfit. Yeah. Hope you're sporting that already. Looking forward to whatever it is you had to show me. I remember when I played your level last week that I thought it was looking pretty good to blow up in the higher difficulties, perhaps, but you know, in terms of something that I thought would likely have a good bit of momentum when it comes to likes and plays. So, glad to hear that turned out well, because sometimes, you know, you have this initial burst and then the level dies out quickly if it doesn't go well with the endless crowd. And I've definitely seen that happen before. Okay. Yeah, queue's wide open. Feel free to throw something in. We are very early in today, and this is the first and only submission so far. Suzuki, welcome. Glad to see you here. This is actually a rather confined space for Morton, which, you know, for such a simple fight, actually, it required me to pay a bit of attention here. Symmetry doors, I'm assuming, on the left side. And there we go. Yeah, Lucy Bubblegum, I've definitely seen some people publish bilingually. They do have some Japanese. It's easy to do simply because Japanese gives you just so much more density under the character limit. Anyway, thank you so much for the first submission. Let's take a look at B. Suzuki next. And our first one as a win. B. Suzuki, a regular around here who's Super World we featured earlier in the year. Highly recommended, incidentally, for those who don't know his levels already. And yeah, this is on the secondary account. So, okay. And yeah, as you know, my Brazilian Portuguese is a little bit limited, but I can explain anything I'm not picking up on. Anyway, let's take a look. The Awakening, yes. Yes, I liked the Super World immensely. Had a great deal of fun with it. As you no doubt remember. Okay, so this looks like it is a detection mechanic where it's... Oh, you bounce within proximity of the Buzzy shell on the right, rather, then it hits the POW, then the boos probably get unbound and get moving. POW is also going to drop the coin on the left side. Oh, I see, yeah. Probably like this, because... No, the boos don't get unbound just yet. You will eventually have to pick something up. Get through them, even if it is through a damage boost or something. We'll see. Could be some other kind of switch trigger when you hop into the room. And yeah, there's definitely going to be a switch toggle that sends you back through the course. Very obviously so. Can I just make this jump straight up? Yeah, we can. On the way back, though, we'll need to get on the icicle. Lucy, you're saying you're in a bit of a creative rut. Yeah, totally understandable. I felt like that for years. But I also haven't really been putting in the time to, you know, turn concepts into levels lately. So, yeah, there's going to be a reversal through here after the switch. So, double checkpoint. Oh, no, this is the same. Yeah, you get the state switch going in the same room, actually. It's the same room. The doors are matched. But with the state switch that happens, is triggered once you pass through, hence the checkpoint placement. Oh, whoops, let's not go too early here. Yeah, short and sweet, interesting concept. Oops, hang on. I'm trying to discern what it is that's getting the platforms going here in terms of that movement pattern. Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like it's that... whoops. Oh, we have to jump off midway. I had to pay attention here for a moment. Oh, no, let's not go impatiently. Let's wait a moment here. I feel like maybe, you know, if you were really quick, you could do it on first cycle, but we haven't tried it. Then, there we go. Just a nice quick jump here. We do need to get the donut block. I did not expect it to go that quickly, so... Next segment. And then, oh, could be a little more careful there. You'd like to see Torpedo Ted's in the next Maker game. Even if it's just a visual change for underwater levels, yeah. I'd love to see Missile Meg from late game Super Mario Bros. Wonder. A very unique variant, actually, with the way that they sync on multiple jumps, but kind of maintain their position. So, definitely one of the more interesting bullet variants that was seen in recent memory. Oh, nope. A little too slow on the trigger here. Yeah, B-Suzuki, one thing we were talking about quite a bit when I played Wonder last year was that Wonder has a lot of kind of element-to-element or enemy-to-enemy interactions that are a very natural fit for Maker. That there's a definite Maker inspiration that was present there that I think will cross over quite well when it comes to how objects and enemies are already kind of built to interact with each other and with different kinds of environmental changes on the field. would also provide a very good reason to kind of expand the existing systems, as it were, in Maker. You know, environmental systems like what we already have with Fire and Ice, where we start adding a bit more like electricity mechanic and other such things. Okay, let's just maintain position here until we get a nice, steady opportunity. Flop is going to give me a platform once or rather, it's just going to hit over here. Interesting that it lets me retrace back if I really wanted. Look at the stuttering of this boo over here. I love this pattern. I can't quite tell what enemy is carrying it down below. It seems like it might be something that's being... Well, I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to figure it out. But the stuttering motion here is actually really quite interesting. Like, I don't know if it's sort of accelerated by any kind of conveyor underneath or springs or any other element. Well, springs we would hear, so probably not. It's a winger chain chomp. Okay, that makes sense. It looked like it was kind of a chomp pattern, but it was stuttering so quickly I couldn't tell. Because, of course, you have the whole boo stack over it, right? That kind of makes the vibration look much more pronounced. I knew that was going to be a problem. I knew that was going to be a problem, and then halfway to the coin I realized, whoops, okay, we just did that. Because I saw it and I realized, oh, I know this is a trap, but we went for it anyway, too late now. Yeah, I was actually wondering if it was confined by one way somehow because of the way the bounce pattern was accelerated. But I can't quite tell down below. Yeah, very nice little reversal course here. Back and forth. You know, I've been playing Pizza Tower recently, and Pizza Tower's entire level structure is kind of based on this back and forth concept, right? Where essentially every level is a state switch followed by an escape. So, I've actually kind of been thinking about this sort of structure recently. Anyway, even just outside of Mario Maker. And of course thinking about it in relation to what you could do with it in Maker, even though you can't have two separate timers like you do in Pizza Tower, where until you hit the reversal, you have an unlimited clock. And then you have a timed escape sequence in the second half. That's the one thing that, you know, you can't quite implement in Maker. But otherwise, the overall principle of having this reversible level structure based around a state switch is very similar. Okay, not going for the coin this time. We don't need it. And yeah, it looks like we knocked that one out. And thank you so much, B. Suzuki. Yeah, I don't think I've caught up on your secondary profile at all, actually. Whoops. After having played your first one. So yeah, we're quite behind with this. So feel free to send me more if you can stay. And Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Yeah, Lucy, I mean, you know, something with the formal timer. Obviously, you can have a lot of time pressure segment by segment that you can build. I've actually built a level that was kind of like that before. That was also, actually the very first thing I uploaded in Maker was this kind of marathon level with a big reversal. And, oops, let's pop you in. And obviously you can always, you know, use course elements to put some pressure on the player during the escape. But it isn't quite the same thing as sort of a zone-wide speed timer, so to speak. Yeah, we'll probably just go down the list. Since we've done these three, we'll just go down and continue. Firefish Kingdom. Link explores the dreaded kingdom of fish forged by flame. This is a re-upload from some point, and a very recent one. Let's take a look. Okay, Master Sword. Surprisingly optional Master Sword by the looks of it. Well. Oh, let's go over here. The fact that the Master Sword is skippable here makes me wonder. Oh, jeeps. Down here. Sure, we'll just bypass it. Yeah, that's sort of interesting that here it's just a bit of an optional traditional power-up. Which is very infrequent, I would say, when it comes to how people use the sword in this game. It's kind of refreshing to see it actually used as a Mario power-up, in fact. It's just not very common. Makes so much sense, of course, for the big Podoboos to straight up block the arrows, which... you know, it's just how physics work in this game. Alright. Thankfully didn't get caught by that. I gotta wonder about these red blocks here. It seems like they signify the Podoboos rather than act as a state switch. At least, whoop. Too bad. Whoop. Got caught by both of them in quick succession. Suzuki, you didn't know the twister stopped working in lava. Yeah, I wonder if I have seen that specific mechanic before. Axer Typo coming in with a Party 07. Let's say hello. If any of you like Scrabble, Axer Typo is a champion level Scrabble player. A former North American champion, actually. And is also a very frequent content creator and streamer in that respect. Was actually just watching him play an outdoor real-life exhibition earlier today on this channel. So, highly recommended if you like word games. And yeah, Extra Typo, I'm glad I could actually drop by. It's very uncommon that I can, you know, make it onto Twitch at that hour, usually on weekends. So I was quite happy to catch some of the games. Great place to do it, too. Right in the heart of Montreal. You know what, let's speed past this before the fish get going. We just don't deal with the spawn from that side. Yeah. This is just Mario in his Legend of Zelda costume. Actually, we're playing as Toad in the Legend of Zelda costume, technically. Here we go. You much prefer the twisters as a hazard. I find that they can be used for some pretty interesting gimmick mechanics, for sure. And yeah, there's a lot that they interact with that isn't just parachutes, for sure. We've seen them used as a puzzle mechanic many times, in fact. Okay, let's just pass through here. And continue. Whoop. Standing a little bit low there. Just bop the fish. And yeah, we're not going low. At least not on this pass. Maybe wrap around on a second pass we can. A bit risky. Whoops. I wonder if I can make that jump. It's a bit of a weird angle, but yeah, we can do it. And we'll just let the lava recede a little bit first before we continue too aggressively. And even grab this coin on our way out. Boss time. Didn't think you could do that? Oh, you mean jump towards the one up in that direction? Yeah. I looked at it and I thought, I bet I can make it. It's a bit of a close shave to not get caught by the platform above, but it is doable. Anyway, thank you for that one. And let's rotate back to B. Suzuki. There was probably a Triforce to the left. You're saying. Document, welcome. Document, feel free to throw one in. I did see you had a recent upload I hadn't caught yet. Apologies for the fake boss pipe. Oh, okay. Well, no, that's alright. I mean, you know, it's a consistency boss. Let's just call it that. Yeah, just so people know, this will... The last Maker Queue I ever run for maybe the next 2-3 weeks or so. We've got Zelda next weekend, and I do have some weekend commitments in October that are going to change the schedule a little bit. But anyway, let's take a look at something with vertical auto scroll that is apparently easy. So let's descend. So yeah, good that we can catch up on a whole chunk of levels at once today. Okay, so this is just going to go straight down. Oh, I see. We're supposed to ride it, hence reset door. This side. And we'll just follow it down. This is, of course, just going to be 2 screens high here, given that it's the initial main world. And then we need to go a little bit quick here. Aside from that most recent level, have I played all of your levels at this point? No, I've missed some of the earliest ones, actually. Some of the 2019 set. And there have been a few gaps in the middle as well. I've played a great deal of them, but some I haven't, and it might be impossible to say which ones until I actually pull up the list. And there are some that I think I would have played in earlier versions than the current uploads, so... But I would remember in those cases, I think. I was actually just thinking, loading into this level by B. Suzuki here, how much this feels like a document idea. In fact, with the vertical descents that have a bit of a timed element to them. Okay, let's try to do this. Oh yeah, you're thinking about the Piranha Plant as the sinking mechanic. Right, Lucy Bubblegum. In terms of something mounted on the sinking plants, where it's the winged plants that have nowhere to land. Yeah, because here, of course, helps that the rocky wrenches aren't chucking anything at us. Oh, whoops, let's not hit that. You know what, we've got this whole platform down below that's totally safe. We should just go down there instead of trying to jump at that angle. And yeah, Document, we'll gladly look at that account next and give you a look at what we have not really done just yet. This is a fairly relaxed level in that the Buzzy will actually stop and allow me to catch up. Whoops. And by allowing me to catch up, I mean we're on a vertical scroll, but not really any kind of... Well, we do have the downward pressure from the auto scroll, I guess, but the pace is actually pretty relaxed. Whoops. Bit of a rough start here. The most recent one is an intentionally long and difficult marathon level. That sounds great. That reminds me that I still have a few that I have to clear sometime. Like, there was a while, I think a year or two ago, when I was working on Magatoro's Champions Road level, and that one I think we got maybe about 6/10 of the way through. I keep telling myself to not dive here when the munchers are kind of clear on the bottom left of that box next to the Pokey, and I keep forgetting. Playing too many levels where we actually do have to gun it over to that jump. Alright, let's pop this. And of course, if we don't have time to do the marathon one today, that's fine too. We, whoops, can always feature it in the backlog stream when I have time to do one. But of course, I'd be very happy to look at it today, especially because we have a pretty light queue today. So. Have to remember that we don't get the bounce out of Buzzy, we should treat it as a platform, as we usually do. Which means we can just, you know, stop on top of it and take it easy. Oh, I see. No, you're supposed to stall after the thwomp drops those. I took a moment to read that because I was jumping on top of the moles and just trying to get a read on the top right corner and didn't really see it happen until it triggered. Because I saw the multiple moles and thinking, okay, what am I getting within range of here? And I just read the thwomp way too late. Let's just jump down here. Yeah, it's just the thwomp dropping all that, and then timed exactly to give us a have to sneak under. And we're out. Lucy, you're saying, all things considered, honestly, you see flying Buzzy Beetles used very little in this game. It's funny that you say that because we have both Donkeyman and B Suzuki in the room, and both of them have actually used Buzzy Beetles pretty extensively in the past. They both have some Flying Buzzy classics to look at. Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is a B Suzuki level, but it actually kind of feels like an intro to Donkeyman level in some ways. And because that's just what a way that it's structured. Anyway, thank you so much for that one. So Donkeyman, yeah, we'll take a look at your list and I'll show you what we're missing. Some of the things that have fallen in the cracks. I did want to sweep your profile for 100% at some point, but we're definitely missing some of the early material. Okay, so Long Haul is the latest one. That was the Gauntlet of Non-Gimmick Platforming you're talking about. Currently the 143 record on it, which sounds pretty reasonable. And yeah, we played a lot of this list. Look at this one here. Love the title. We of course did play... yeah, we might have played some early versions of some of these, but I don't recall. I know that there was a chunk in here that was deleted as well before I could get to it. Somewhere. It felt like it was something that happened probably around 2021. Anyway, Adjustment Bureau, Blue Bar Bug, Get All Coins, and then down here we're starting to miss quite a few. Skyfire, Prehistoric. I feel like I did play an early version of Mercury Stocks, but maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I definitely played some of these in early versions, but even if I did, I'd be happy to redo. Italian Space Force, Welcome to Note Block Island, and... yeah, some of the other ones down here. So we're kind of half and half with some of the 2019 material. So do let me know if you have a specific recommendation. Otherwise, I'd be very happy to just bash my head against Long Haul today. I mean, 0.5, about a 2-minute record. I'm sure we can run it for a while, unless you have a specific oldie but goodie that you'd rather see today. Okay. Well, everyone's favorites, Sad Clowns. Pretty Pagliaccio. So, Pagliaccio. Let's see it. This is December 2019. Right after the version 2 patch, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, that sounds like it was right after the Link patch. Whether that's relevant to this level, we'll find out. I think I haven't seen it, so let's take a look. Okay. Oh, yep, that's right. We just need to hop out of these a little earlier. You know what this reminds me of immediately, Document? is... If you remember that one David Pinkston level in Maker 1 that we showed off earlier this year, which had the big clown car bounce? That was immediately the first thing that came to mind. You know, it's just sort of in terms of the controlled clown car displacement, even though you weren't kind of jumping off of it in a timed fashion the way you are here, a little late. Yeah, because normally if you are actually trying to ride the clown car, the spike interaction is one of the most annoying things in the game because it removes player control, right? But here it's just a timed element. It's just something that you use for getting in and back out. And of course, some of the timings here are going to be player dependent if you're activating this from the block yourself. And we do want to get out of there and down to the lower platform. Yeah, no idea what Pinkston's been up to in the last few years. Since... I think he had something in 5 and 6 YMM. If I recall, but... probably not since then. It's kind of interesting to see some of the Maker 1 people out and about sometimes. I've been spending a bit more time on Gertoffy's stream recently, and some of the old Maker 1 types actually do show up there from time to time. And so there's definitely still a network of sorts here. I do need to just jump immediately to the block and get off. I want to get out of that clown car. Yeah, Lucy Bubblegum, I had no community presence in Maker 1 either. I wish I had found a community side of it much, much earlier than I did. Because I started really paying attention to that in the final months of that game. In fact, I started really playing Maker 1 seriously just a few weeks before Maker 2 was announced. And I caught up on a big chunk of it this year before the shutdown. We occasionally, over the years, did some big returns to Maker 1, so a few years ago I streamed all of the Years of Mario Maker anniversary projects, and a lot of the puzzle projects as well, and this year we just decided to catch up on a lot of Makers one by one until we, you know, well, it was specifically with the shutdown in mind. Up to the platform, down to the clown car. That's very clearly signaled. Let's just watch it. You didn't even start playing Maker 1 until about a year in, yeah. It's funny because I was kind of right there at launch and played it very actively at launch, but then kind of fell off of it in early 2016 before it really kind of settled in. And I think getting in slightly late was actually maybe even the right thing to do as far as Maker 1 is concerned. Whoops, let's not grab that. Sorry, I just needed to reach over something on my desk for that attempt to... Let's redo that. You immediately thought the 1YMM levels were super inspiring. Yeah. The thing that strikes me about 1YMM was, for the people who are kind of connected to that, particularly, I guess, you know, Reddit being one of the major hubs at the time, that the culture around the connected parts of the Mario Maker community already felt quite mature at that point. A lot of mechanics were not yet discovered. But you could have something like, for instance, the Saku Museum level at that point, and enough community history from most of the material in that level to be highly recognizable, right? The fact that Mario Maker was able to build that within the first year was something that, in retrospect, looks pretty remarkable. And yeah, Astrotype, you have a good night as well. And here we go. And thanks once again for the raid, for bringing in the Scrabble people, as always. And yeah, Lucy, I also got the 8-bit Mario amiibo on launch day. I had it in the classic color, not the blue color. I'm not really that much of an amiibo collector, but I was not going to miss that one. I also did pick up 8-bit Link at a different point. Yeah, I have fewer than a dozen amiibo sitting around. I collect them very selectively. But whoops, keep bopping my head against that. And yeah, Document. It's kind of interesting that, you know, earlier in the year when I was playing through the Maker 2 edition of Super Discord World, how much that felt like a bit of a changing of the guard in some ways, where it felt like one of the, along with 4YMM in particular, one of the last connective tissues between some really big changes in community dynamics, rather, and the level styles between the first and second game. Now, this level was released, as I said, it looks like right after the Link patch. It was, I think, too close to that to incorporate anything from it, given how polished the concept is in its own right. But it comes to mind because, of course, one of the things that was notable about Super Discord World 2 was that it was kind of the last big community project before the patch, when Maker 2 was still in its 1.0 stage. I think it's difficult to overstate just how important patches 2 and 3 were for the longevity of this game. Patch 3 in particular, the one that was in April 2020. And I know that the updates ceased much sooner than anybody would have liked, but at the same time, the game now is still in such a much better state than it was at launch. Despite some unfortunate things like the global icicle change and other such things. Yeah, patch 3 was Koopalings. Lucy Bubblegum. Patch 3 was Koopalings, Super Worlds, a whole lot besides. SMB 2. Very consequential. Whoops, missed this completely. Inventic, welcome. And yeah, so that was version 3 of the game. Version 2 of the game was the one that was the December 2019 patch that introduced, I want to say, Ninja speedruns as well as the Link power-up for the first time. As well as a couple of other things. But yeah, patch 3 back in April, like 3.0 back in April 2020. Consequentially, that was also the one that introduced all of the additional 3D World hats. Because the Goomba hat, of course, was a very big deal for me, and then we've also got the cannon box, propeller, etc. Again, very instrumental to the longevity of 3D World. Also, a lot of the changes to things like the single tile on-off blocks in 3D World, which is kind of difficult to think back to when we didn't have them, given how important they were to the game. That we just didn't have red and blue on-off blocks. That for a while the on-off switches in 3D World were just confined to the spike blocks. Very difficult to think back to those days and how we managed. I think the Link patch was the one that introduced the MTP blocks. So you wouldn't just have to rely on coins. Feels like such a brief period of the game's history now, but... Anyway. Given how standard all of that feels. Let's be careful here. I've been very sloppy in some places. We just need to make sure we get on the spring and up to the pipe on the left after getting the switch too early. Much too early. We need to do that later so we can catch the clown car on the turnaround without the sink and bounce. It's crazy to think that Mario Maker 1 was launched without checkpoints. Yeah, absolutely. And definitely there were enough strange things with the checkpoint implementation. And later with pink coins and so on that you can kind of tell they might have been a bit of an afterthought. It's kind of been interesting to think back to just how many inventive countermeasures and solutions the community came up with in the first 6 weeks before checkpoints came in. That, you know, you had so much research into things like passcode systems and knowledge checkpoints and other such things. It was very clear to me playing through some people's entire profiles just how many workarounds were attempted for that. Particularly if people kept both the pre- and post-checkpoint versions of the courses. I think that was the case with some makers like Ragnarok X, for instance. You could really kind of see both versions in play on their profiles. Ideally, we get the first bounce and the spring on the way back. I just haven't really positioned the clown car well enough to do that yet. And we get out into the next segment. Note of play has been a little bit sloppy today, but we'll get it sorted out. Nope. Come on. Still waiting on that 1x1 spike block for 3D World, yeah. Yeah, because 3D World, you know, everything's just so chunky. It's a great style. It's very dynamic, very unique, and very satisfying to play, but definitely you do find yourself working within limits. Very different mentality when it comes to collisions and other such things. Okay, now let's actually make this jump without picking up the spring. There we go, finally. Let's not reset from this point because we are going to be past checkpoint. And then, yeah, so we're going to land on clown car. It's going to launch me forward and then we jump out of it. It's almost like a boot mechanic almost, but slower. And it's going to be trapped here. This is extremely satisfying. Look at this. Look at how elegant this little thing is here. It has something that also prevents the player from landing in that trap. And puts a little bit of pressure in that way. Oh, I knew that was coming. We just slowed down a bit too much. This level is actually really hard to make because when you jump in a clown car, you can offset it by a lot. Yeah. I'm just thinking of that major level that was deleted. And of course, I think one of Meng's deleted levels was also a clown car collision one. The one that had this super high launch mechanic, right? That would just send you into space. It is. Clown car momentum is what it is. No, I was thinking, oh, do I just jump and then wait for it to deflect? I wasn't thinking about the one-way panels. Of course you don't. Very clear jumping off point for that, in fact. Okay. Then let's go up and down. And ride it up. Yeah, this is a very visually arresting concept, like very immediately memorable in that respect. We do need to jump off that pretty much immediately, I think. The gimmick being finicky and janky has never stopped you. Yeah, I know, it's actually felt very reliable to me so far. No different from a lot of other launcher mechanics here, except it operates a little bit slower. Too bad Extra Typo just left because one bit of Scrabble trivia that I think Mario Maker players will be interested in is that the word janky was actually just added to the latest revisions of the official Scrabble dictionaries. There are a whole bunch of video game words in there, but janky I think is the one that will be most interesting to Mario Maker players. Oddly enough, the word jank was not added, just janky. But I'm sure the dictionary will just catch up to that eventually. It's the next big tournament revision that internationally is coming into effect in 2025. I think some of those have already been added to the North American book. Anyway, thought that was worth noting. Okay, let's get up here. And bounce over here, and then ride a skull until we can catch that. The coin is clearly marking the timing I should be going for, but we didn't believe in it. And yeah, Inventic, especially because with both the 8-point J in the first position and the 4-point Y in the last position, there are a lot of very natural placements for that to score high, so. When you look at 5-letter words, the first letter and the last letter lead to some very interesting combinations where you can get a ×6 multiplier on them. Anyway. Yeah, I used to stream a bit of Scrabble on this channel. I have been meaning to get back to it, and I just haven't found the time. Also because there used to be not that many opponents active during my streaming hours. So you just end up playing bot games, maybe. Or having to stream at a different time that I can't make anymore. But nowadays I think the situation's improved a bit, so I may actually get back to that and just, pop in a late night queue with people from Malaysia or something and pretend to be active at this hour. Okay, there we go. Lucy Bubblegum, I am actually a competitive tournament player. That's how I know Extra Typo, who rated me earlier, and that's how I know that he's a former North American champion. Whoop, no, you just ride this one. I didn't notice the one-way panel and that the clown car would reverse there. Whoop. Anyway, let's go. Yeah, actually, the reason that I won't be able to run Mario Maker 2 weeks from now is that I am playing in a tournament. And yeah, Lucy, it's very typical of Document's level structures that he will very thoroughly develop a concept into a third act that tests it in a new way. It's a structure that's very familiar to me at this point as a long-time player of his levels. Wake up, and up. Great timing. Great timing on that. I was kind of wondering if that would work out as well as it looked like it should. Oh, too bad we lost a mushroom here. We do need to make sure we just stay ahead of Junior here and not get caught by the muncher. Because Junior does like to hop up and down a little bit, as you can see. And let's just hope he comes back up soon. Oh, stun lock. Not good. Not good at all. Look at that. Very close. Just one hit away, really. Redox, welcome. Thank you so much for the submission. Don't know how long this week's will take me, depending on how many ground pound cancels stall me out for an hour at a time, but we'll definitely give it a good try. Yeah, Document, you've always considered yourself pretty handy with the English language and therefore okay at Scrabble. The fellow who is kind of the premier Scrabble YouTuber now, Will Anderson, who is also a former North American champion. He actually came from the Boggle community. Like, he started with competitive Boggle, and then he kind of had a leg up on Scrabble because he already knew a lot of the short words that are a big early barrier to people learning Scrabble. But he was a Boggler before he was a Scrabbler. Yeah, he runs the best Scrabble YouTube channel because he actually explains a lot of the famous historical moments to people who don't play the game actively. Like a lot of the things that are, you know, classic Scrabble lore. The way that, you know, if you're explaining Mario Maker to people outside of Mario Maker, there are definitely some classic levels and community moments and points of history that you should be aware of. So yeah, Will Anderson, who occasionally, but rarely these days, is on Twitch as Wanderer15. He... Oh, let's get on. Oh yeah, okay. This semi-solid is safe. It's funny because we were talking about Maker 1 so much. In Maker 1, of course, that kind of semi-solid and spike overlay is absolutely not safe. Okay, let's get out of here and let the Piranha Plants go first before we get Junior release. That's a really nice way to time Junior's release, actually, and also kind of protect it from interference. I only just noticed that that was the purpose of that whole Piranha setup this time around, because we were just reading it on the fly. Whoops. Oh, totally got caught by the Muncher push there. Suzuki, YouTube has been recommending Will Anderson to you recently. Really? Okay. That's an interesting overlap. I don't think I had anything to do with that, but yeah, highly worth watching, particularly the Scrabble History series. But yeah, he kind of hit the algorithm sometime last year and had a big burst of activity, especially because a lot of chess people started crossing over. There's a lot of chess YouTube started picking up on his videos as a recommendation. And yeah, Lucy, I'll catch up on your comment in a moment. You saw an idea similar to this concept. And let's see here. Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of kind of controlled auto-scroll cloud mechanics before, for sure. Interesting, I didn't actually need to jump off that dry bones, given the height there. I just didn't even think about that. I thought I needed to wake up, because I didn't read the tile height there very accurately. That was kind of being caught between Junior and the Potaboo. Whoa. Very close shave there with that Muncher. Oh, deciding to fake me out a little bit here. There we go. And 3 1-ups were endless, and that's it. Thank you so much, Document. Yeah, because Lucy Bubblegum, the cloud movement, as with the sun movement and the moon movement, incidentally, is something that's dependent on the camera position. And so using auto-scroll or using scroll stop, it is possible to confine them in a controlled setting. In fact, the last level that I published was very heavy in using confined cloud movements. So I spent a lot of time trying to work out and debug that sort of thing. And yeah, Red Knight, good to see you here, of course, and that's a lovely emote that you have there with Bomberman just scarfing down that corn. And yeah, Document, my pleasure to have caught up on this old one at last. Okay, Lucy Bubblegum once again. And unless I just forgot to clear you last time. No, I think you did re-add, right? Or did I just totally... Yeah, no, I completed the last one. And you are back in the queue or more. And let's take a look at the list today. Just so I know what's going on. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go down to the Poisonous Cavern. Avoid landing on the ground in this platforming level. This is with the clear condition. Which means the clear condition will just be blasted in our face in the opening screen. As usual. Okay. Reached the goal without landing on the ground. I, once again, was just kind of mentally processing that before we did that. And then, yeah, we need to go claw to claw. We should have waited and swung a little better more than that Koopa. No need to speed through it. We can just take it a little more patiently, perhaps. Get some forward momentum going on some of this without touching the booze on the ceilings. Yeah, good visibility on this claw here, actually, as we get over to this section. And I don't know why I was looking at a Koopa and thinking, oh, it's got wings, we've got a second bounce here, we can totally go for that coin. No. Of course we were going to dunk it. Whoops. Hang on. This is a re-upload, but you edited a little of it. You edited so little of it, it might as well not have been. Okay. Well, I mean, if it was just a necessary little tweak here just to, you know, take care of some asymmetry that was bothering you or something, that's still worth it, I'm sure. Unless you were losing tons of plays on your records. And too much of a swing here, we want to straighten that one out. You had 2 levels get deleted by Nintendo recently. Document, do you know which ones? That's very unfortunate. I hope they are ones that I have played and recorded already. And there we go. Yeah, just an unfortunate reality of being a prolific maker who's pushed the game in any capacity. And then, oh, came in a bit low there, I could tell. Yeah, I keep saying that is the absolute worst thing about Maker 2 is just that you have these deletions that happen all the time and that they're so opaque about what would trigger it. To the extent that it's a response to, you know, any kind of grumpy user reports or anything, and they're definitely not well checked. The communication to the makers themselves is just about 0. There's no process of appeal or anything like that. It's kind of a terrible situation all around for anybody who's serious about this game. Aren't you glad? The SGDQ one, really? That's very unfortunate. That was a brilliant mechanic. That was an absolutely brilliant mechanic. I'm glad we recorded that. And yeah, Behind Bars was already a re-upload too, right? With the offset. I'm glad we recorded the early version of that. I know there was a re-upload that you did after the contest version. That's extremely unfortunate because both of those were, you know, levels that I still remember to this day. The SGDQ one in particular, that was with the detection mechanic that I don't think I've really seen implemented as elegantly as in that particular creation, so wish I'd downloaded that. Maybe it's if it's a controlled upload at some point. Coordinated upload, rather, I can grab that locally. Assuming you still have a local copy sitting around. Anyway, let's keep going. In Vincic, the answer to that is always pretty much no. I mean, I think with Orange You Glad, I kind of remember that it was a mechanic that you were already worried about as something that Nintendo would pick up on in terms of the detector mechanism, but yeah, because it was a level where, you know, you had the level kind of detect whether you had a certain number of objects above the line, which would be demarcated by orange semi-solids, and then so you would be under time pressure throughout that level to toss objects into positions to kind of change the number and race the trigger essentially. I mean, I'm describing it verbally now, but you kind of have to see it because it has to be seen to be believed. Actually, no, SGDQ, I might actually have kept that locally documented. Now that I think about it, I think I might have downloaded that whole SGDQ set because it had some levels like Samwell's portal level, and I might actually have kept that in my correspondence. So, unfortunately, that's not true of the Tower Escape one, because I know that was already re-uploaded after I played it. Oh yes, this one that we had been bashing our heads against for a little while. We'll see if we can make it over that spring jump at the end today. Yeah, Red Knight, the Samwell teleport level was a very, very obvious deletion, so I absolutely knew I had to keep that right away. Okay, let's try to get through that spring in the first segment. We knew what kind of adjustment we had to make to do it. We'll just try to pull it off. Okay, so this is with the spring high jump here, and long jump over here, that's right. And yeah, Redox, that level was just an immediately unforgettable one for anybody who played it, because there truly was nothing like it. Lucy Bubblegum, sometimes it is because some of the really popular makers get affected by this more simply because they're likelier to draw a report from somebody in Endless who can't figure out what's going on. There is a little bit of automatic detection on Nintendo's side when it comes to certain failsafes being tripped, I think. But then sometimes it's definitely some kind of user reporting that happens. Invented, I believe it was 2022, but I might be wrong. The recent GDQs have not featured Mario Maker Relay races anymore. They've just been doing glitch showcases, usually by Carl. Definitely, I think the last 2 or 3 we're doing that. It's been a while since we've had the SGDQ Relay, I think. I feel like it was either... Oh, whoops. Yeah, I feel like it must have been 2022. In fact, I sort of remember the circumstances under which I streamed it. But... Oops. And yeah, you're glad you had an audience at that level. Yep, for sure. I'm trying to remember if that was the year that Supernova was curating it. And I know that if it was the same set as Samwell's portal level that year, that he was specifically trying to, dare Nintendo to delete some of this stuff and trying to show off mechanic set. Otherwise, wouldn't last very long on the servers. I know he was kind of deliberately going for that. Couldn't remember if that was the year that Supernova was running it or if it was Big Red Boy who was doing it that time. Yeah, Supernova had a level in that batch, that's right. Whoops. Yeah, I know Supernova had some kind of big Super World project in progress that he kind of dropped partway through, and then I see him occasionally on for Fortnite, but I think he's just kind of gone over completely to Fortnite somewhere along the way, so he's got some kind of like half-finished and probably spectacular Super World that has never seen the light of day, which is unfortunate. That happens. If you've been around Maker long enough and seen people come and go, you totally understand. Okay. Let's try it. I'm still kind of in the warm-up phase here, which I guess is ironic since it's the frosty half of the level. Just want to get back to that final jump here quickly, since we did reach the end of this section a few times. Come on. Yeah, I'll have to check my core spot later because I feel like we did keep that. I've had to clean out a lot of my core spot simply because I had so many old playtests for people still kicking around in multiple versions. A lot of puzzle playtests, especially. But I definitely try to keep everything I can. Sometimes if it's a level that really stands out with a glitch mechanic that I know just isn't going to stay. Yeah, Document, I'm not surprised that he burnt out on Maker. I mean, I find it very impressive that somebody who's been around as long as you have is still active and in the game. Because definitely a lot of people didn't make the 1 to 2 transition very successfully past the first few months. And you know, as we say, people come and go. That's one of the reasons I've been eager to see what happens with the nearing completion of Super Discord Brothers 6, which I know you playtested your level here just a few weeks ago. Because that seems like it's kind of bringing back an older set of makers, like people who had lapsed for a little while. And of course we do have 9MMC coming later this year, which will be interesting to see in terms of what the community makeup of that is going to be. Whoops, there we go. Try to get that wall jump. It's good to have a bit of a 3D world warm-up before we get to Redox's level, which will, I think, test me on a lot of the same things. Particularly those pipe exits, which are normally not an issue for me, but reaction time might be just a little bit slow today. And then we want to wall jump off that P, which we know about. No, long jump here. Yeah, it's too bad that the followed list is capped at 100. I mean, I feel like something like 300 would have been much more reasonable for my needs, because not only do you want to follow people who are active, but sometimes it's very useful to, you know, just keep a lot of makers that have disappeared for a while in the back pocket, just in case they do make a comeback, and they do sometimes, that you see people who are absent for 3 or 4 years who suddenly have a string of uploads again, and make me very glad that I didn't drop them off my list just to replace them for inactivity, right? You honestly find it fun to try to find mechanics that nobody has managed to work with yet. Yeah. Mostly gets more fun as players dwindle away and declare the game dead. Yeah, exactly. And I noticed that with Maker 1 as well, that, you know, there were discoveries all the way to the end, all the way to the launch of Maker 2, and that it was quite obvious to me, too, playing through a lot of complete profiles earlier this year, that you would have some makers, very good makers, whose profiles definitely dropped off a bit in activity, and who were still doing some of their best work near the end, like in early 2019. And here we go. just missing the up pipe here. Yep, Mario Maker always has a place in your heart. I mean, you know, after however many thousands of hours, it'd be surprising if it didn't. Oops. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what happens with an eventual Maker 3 on the next platform. It's a big enough series that it is going to continue in some form. It's just a matter of what form that will take. And I think one can expect a lot of change just based on not even mechanics, but also just a lot of community dynamics and norms as well. That shift from game to game. I think Mario Maker is just in a sort of weird state where it's big enough that it is bigger than most of the essentially B-list Nintendo series, and you know, big enough that it is sustainable for it to continue. But at the same time, that I think it's rather obvious that Nintendo didn't see the growth from 1 to 2 that they expected. I think it almost certainly undershot expectations about how much the community would expand when given a platform like the Switch instead of the Wii U. Especially if you compare that, say, to something like Splatoon, which pulled a very similar crowd under similar circumstances at a 2015 late life release on the Wii U that was still a staple of the Wii U experience for a lot of people who played it. Much in the same way as Mario Maker. I think they reached a similar audience, like about 5 million or so in the first game. And where I think there were definitely expectations for where that would go, given a larger platform and larger audience. And then Splatoon, of course, just absolutely took off like a rocket in Japan. But then Mario Maker, I think maybe, you know, it was kind of surprisingly saturated in Maker 1 in terms of who was getting into it. Even though you could tell that, you know, by the time you were getting into, say, 2018, 2019, that it was drawing a lot of attention from people who were clearly not Wii U owners and weren't playing the game. But I think it was one of those situations where, you know, among the people who did try Maker 1, you could determine pretty early whether or not that was the kind of experience that was for you as a player. You definitely had some people who kind of crashed out of Maker 1 thinking, okay, maybe Mario Maker is not for me, and then not come back. So there was a bit of churn that way. Particularly if all they saw was 100 Mario Challenge. That guide their expectations. No, high jump on this one. Keep forgetting. Otherwise it's just too much of a reach to that wall jump location. Again, my benchmark here is I'm going to try to clear the first zone. As we had in previous sessions, gotten up to the last jump on the spring multiple times. We'll try to make at least one clean attempt on that, if we can. No, we're still relatively early on in the stream, and so but of course we have a Redux level coming after this one, which might take some time. And another document after that. Oops. Yeah, I think I'm just late on the up input sometimes when it comes to that up pipe entry, and so I'm missing it way too often. Trying to get a high jump on this, but missing the spin. Yeah. Just not quite the right input sequence. I know what I'm supposed to do there. Just high jump to immediately pull back and go left, which we've done a few times already. We're just not executing well. Because you really do need to anticipate this a little bit to get the spin high jump going out of the long jump. Okay. Jump this way. Nope, once again, just missing the spin. Or rather, not triggering it at the right time for that to register as the spin high jump. Oops. Hang on. What's the record on this? Is a 5-minute 30 record. Yeah, it's still something that doesn't have a lot of clears on it yet, though, I think. And of course, we are not even out of the first segment yet. We know there's a whole second fire segment coming after that. Okay, so here we are. Let's see if we can reverse momentum accurately without hitting the icicles. Like if I can kind of reverse up to this corner and then... No. I was trying to reverse up to that corner specifically and then get back onto the spring with just enough of momentum going forward to carry me up. I feel like we were close there. I do want to position myself out in that top corner for the best jump I can get. And that time at least we didn't hit the icicles at the top left, which is progress, but just couldn't get a good angle on the way down that time, so... Okay, and we're finally warmed up in some of this early on. So yeah, and Vincent getting a little bit closer here after many, many attempts in recent weeks. And up we go. Yeah. Nope. Coming in just a little bit low there, in range to have picked up the P. So yeah, off by about half a tile of height there perhaps. That's the closest we've come, actually. We'll try to fix that up somehow. We're actually getting quite a bit more reliable about this in some ways, but not quite doing it yet. As you can see, we need to lean forward into that P a little bit better. And of course, we need to not overshoot the P and have issues missing the up height, but I wonder if we should actually spin high jump off of that P as well, just to straighten out and kill momentum. Might be the case. We need to get there first, though, of course. Hey, we're getting a lot more reliable with this. Oop. Oh, that was actually fine. I thought that was going to hit the spike there, but not quite. Yeah, getting more consistent. I need to just shake out a lot of those bad attempts. Yeah, it's getting a lot better, in fact. Just figuring out where the trouble spots are for this. A lot better, in fact. There we go. Look at that. Hit the benchmark. And that's going to be checkpoint, so let's not hit the reset. I don't think the P-switch expiry matters here. What will matter is we're going to go... We can't go in that second clear pipe. That's going to eject me to the left, and I wonder what is happening with that. Like whether we just need to avoid coming down, or... Basically, I don't know why it's a clear pipe above me, unless it's something cosmetic. But it's going to be wall jumps either way. I don't think the Podoboos matter unless we're within their hitbox on the side. But then we're going to go over to the P on the left, and it's going to be spin high jump up to the red pipe. And then, oh, I see. There's probably going to be a wraparound where the P drops off from the red pipe. So you have to go around, you come back down, and then wall jump again onto another P, perhaps, after some kind of trigger up above. Down here, and then wall jump back and forth on the low position. Okay, we actually get to learn a new part of the level now, for once. Let's not spin that way. You can actually kind of ground pound cancel onto the one on the right, but given how much I dislike doing ground pound cancels, maybe we won't try that. But we kind of sharpen our angle down, then we can actually wall jump back and forth down there, perhaps, and still be safe. We'll just find out what works. And it looks like it's going to be a spin high jump, probably within range to trigger a side thwomp here, if I had to guess. And then down here, you need to definitely drop below and hit that P. Hopefully we won't need to cancel to do that, but we'll find out. I think if I stall with a bit of a twirl there, then I don't need to cancel to hit the wall. It's a good arc there, actually. Yes, and then after that busts open, then we continue with the same movement as before, but going down the clear pipe this time. And then there's a continuation to the left after having gotten rid of this thwomp. So the next time we come back to the same P switch and we long jump past the thwomp that is currently gated over there, because by that point it will have been eradicated by POW. So it is kind of a double loop. Very interesting structure, in fact. And you can see where the long jump P switch target is going to be past that thwomp on the left side. You can see it just barely. So, very nice to see some progress here. Yeah, so it's a big loop around, and then it's going to be long jump over the P switch that we're currently high jumping on. I quite like that idea structurally, that you have both of these jumps that we've been tested on the Ps, now being looped onto the same P. Yeah, very interesting idea. Yeah, we're not canceling out of that one. I guess it's probably the easiest way to straighten out, but it just causes more problems, I think. I'd rather not deal with. But that means that we'll need to stall a bit with a regular falling speed just to hit that target, which is fine, it's doable. We just need to position ourselves a little bit better when heading towards those lower walls and let up on the jumps appropriately without doing too much. Oops. A little bit high on that wall there, perhaps. Oops. Mechanically, this actually, so far, seems more approachable than the first section. But then maybe I'm just used to the jumps now from the first section. That, you know, we've gone through some of the learning process when it comes to hitting the Ps. So perhaps this feels smoother that way. I like that the route, despite this loop-de-loop here, is actually very immediately understandable. After having seen it, and after having seen what triggers the thwomp removals, it's very clear how this is supposed to go, given enough time to look at it. Oops, let's do a lower wall jump there, just to sort that out. But yeah, there's no question of what it is we're supposed to do, despite the looping structure. It's abundantly clear. Oops. Yeah, up through the top pipe and then down through the same wall and then through to the lower pipe. Oops, came in a bit low. You think half of the battle is just getting used to some of the unique jumps and tricks? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, the readability is very good, in fact. Once you kind of know that spin high jump on a P is something you should be looking for. And then... Oh. Probably should have twirled out of that one, actually, just to position. But sometimes the twirling doesn't help that much in 3D World simply because it does sharpen your angle, as opposed to how it works in SMBU. That does throw me off sometimes. There is that difference. Again, other players would absolutely ground pound cancel that location. I would prefer not to, but that does straighten out a bit. Like, it's at least a long ground pound cancel and not a really quick one within a span of 2 or 3 tiles like the ones that Redox gives me. Which we'll find out about soon enough, because we do have a Redox level next after this one. But maybe it's not a bad idea as long as we can align accurately. No, not really. I don't quite like the sort of triple input of ground pound cancel into pulling to the left, so I think we'll do it without it. Just after having tried it out for comfort here for a moment. Up we go. Oh, whoops. Just missed a spin there. Is the Redox level to one of the bees? I beat that one last time, but Redox has a couple of new ones, and his levels are all 3D World. And usually under a limited timer. Not a tight timer, but usually under a limited one that's 30 to 40 seconds, and often with lots of exactly these kinds of mechanics, like wall jumping out of the pipe exits, and ground pound cancels everywhere, and so on. Like, they're basically very dynamic, timed at 3D World levels where you do them end to end. I think you'd like them quite a bit, actually. Given what this level is telling me about you as maker as well, I think you'd get a lot out of Redox's creations as well. Okay, we'll go low. Long jump. It was a spin high jump. I knew it, I just missed it. I saw it coming, I just missed it. And then there's a down arrow after that, which tells me it might actually be a slide, not necessarily a ground pound cancel, but like a pull back to the wall. After the long jump to the left and after the clear pipe entry, there's a down arrow right at the clear pipe exit. Which I think actually makes a wall slide possible to exit that, but we'll see when we get there. Oops. But yeah, this level will be a good lead into the next one, mechanically, I think. Whatever it turns out to be. It's likely to be philosophically similar. I mean, likewise, this is a great level for Redox to play as well. Because there's a real stylistic kinship there. Oops. Just want to do a better pull back on that wall. Again, if I can do it without the cancel, I prefer to, but we'll just try to get a really good run going here. Hitting that P as it came out of the pipe, look at that. We actually did wall jump off the P rather than the pipe that time because it stalled just long enough. I'm glad it still works, even when we do that. Again, probably should stall with a spin, but we'll see. Nope, missed it. Yeah, and then on the way back to the left is going to be long jump, high jump. And we'll see what kind of trickery happens later on. But yeah, very glad we got a chance to finally learn this second segment today. That's definitely a breath of fresh air after having seen this level in queue a few times up to this point. One moment, I'll acknowledge your raid in just a moment. B Minutes. Let's give you a big shout out. I know that B Minutes was running a birthday special earlier on. Oh, and I missed you showing off your Animal Crossing town. That's too bad. I'll have to go back to take a look at that. I haven't actually seen you do Animal Crossing before, but I guess maybe there was a birthday cake to pick up. Anyways, happy 35, young man. If I read that correctly earlier. Didn't really have time to lurk in your stream earlier, but I did see it briefly when it was open, so... Yeah, the best days are still ahead. That's important to remember. And I'm trying to think back to what released in 1989, video game-wise. Because SMB 3 was 1990, right? But I can't remember because there were formerly much more pronounced gaps between Japanese and international releases. But I think of SMB 3 as 1990, but I wonder if it was 89 in Japan. Oops. I used to have a much better memory for years of release for, well, a lot of things. Books and films and video games, certainly. My ability to track that kind of thing has declined over time, which perhaps is not a good way to vindicate my statement that the best years are still ahead, but... Whoops. You want to change to Mario? Okay. Guess we've been boiling Toad here for long enough. Seems kind of strange to be Mario here again after so long as Toad, but... Anyway, welcome everybody else who came in with the B Minutes raid. Hope you've been having a grand old party over there. Whoops. Topaz Turnip, missed it together again, and Doofus, all the... Whoops, hang on. Wrong way. That's okay. Thankfully, we got stopped by the on-off switch. Great way to have a party. I realized with time that I think, socially speaking, I actually have more regular contact with some of the regulars I see on Twitch, both on my channel and the other ones I frequent, than I do with many people in the offline meet space nowadays, in some ways. It's kind of very interesting to realize that because, you know, there's this assumption sometimes that the names you see online are just this kind of secondary social circle. I'm just thinking about this in relation to, you know, the idea of holding a birthday party on Twitch and celebrating on your own channel that way. Definitely a rewarding way to do that. Okay, let's... Actually, I didn't really need the high jump on this one. We missed a high jump off of this P, and it would have been very good for straightening out. We didn't absolutely need it for getting up into the up pipe, and that's something that we should remember if we're able to get a good, clean pullback on it. Actually, even in the first segment, there were a few spots where the spin high jump isn't absolutely required. It's just that it's a tight margin to make without it. Oh, too high. Topaz Turnip, you sadly have to go to bed, but yeah, thank you so much for coming by. And you have a good sleep. Hope you wake up feeling well rested and refreshed. So yeah, this level is one that has come back over recent weeks. For the first time today, we made it to this segment past checkpoint, so we're still in the early stages of learning it. We've only had one really clean attempt at coming out of this loop that I've already mapped out. So it's very much a consistency check in some ways. Whoops. But we know how it's structured, we know how it's supposed to go, up to a point, until we scroll much further to the left. We just need to hit the jumps and hit the appropriate curves as we fall down and try to make all the appropriate angles. Yeah, since the queue is relatively light, I'm going to stay on this for a while longer and try to learn it. And I expect with the people who remain, we'll be spending a fair bit of time per level. Oops. Oops. Well, we'll try to grind out what we can of this one since we worked all this way to get past checkpoint. We're now subject to the sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, we could totally maybe clean that up with a good cancel, but I really don't prefer to do it that way. We're too high on the wall jump here, actually. Sometimes that's affecting the angle. I can't consistently see when I'm doing that, but whoops. If we just kind of go a bit lower off of the pipe to begin with, then we get a lower series of wall jumps that will maybe give us a better arc going up. Jump immediately out of this one, for instance. Yeah, that's slightly better here, and of course we have to hit this wall consistently, which we haven't been doing. Luckily getting back here isn't that bad, yeah. Yeah, the first segment felt really smooth today, actually, once I just shook out the bad attempts. Then all of a sudden I was just getting to the spring pretty much every attempt, right? Which is partly just a matter of refamiliarizing myself with the level. You know, just recovering my memory for what's going on. And I would imagine that it's not too difficult to come back here in future weeks if we don't finish today. After looking at that 5-minute record on this with some trepidation. So I don't think I actually saw what the make or clear time on this one was, so, but it is going to be a thorough second segment here. Sure. Nope, missed. Yeah, we just need to stall for long enough after the POW. Yeah, I've only gotten one clean long jump off of the P on the second loop so far, which is surprising to me because we've mapped this out for so long. We just haven't been able to hit the jumps with much consistency. Oh, no. Missed the up input. And yeah. Few minutes. Hope you're enjoying that emoted cup of tea. if that's your cup of tea. Oops. Like I said, we do get enough height off of that. We do need to make sure the pipe entry works. But yeah, it's that part of the loop that's been a little bit here. Because we've been wall jumping too high off of it too. I've been wall jumping pretty reactively there because, you know, it's such a tight margin to hit, but clearly lots of room for improvement here. Yeah, I feel like it's probably designed with something like the ground pound cancel in mind, but because it's the kind of thing where, you know, that's sort of the obvious best play for people who can execute it well, which I am not. So, beginning to think that maybe we should switch gears and practice that, but we'll see. But then you'd have to be pretty good at estimating where you are in the jump on the way over, so either way, either method is going to introduce its own inconveniences. Too high. I do want to get a bit of a wall slide on the left, actually. I just don't have much room to do it. Because, yeah, you do need to hit the wall jumps at pretty exact locations to not go too high or too low. Nope, it's too low. Once again, the way that the twirl actually kind of curves you down a little bit, that threw me off that time. I thought I was trying to buy myself time to reposition that jump, but that actually sharpened my angle just a little bit too much going down. Thanks for the submission, Lucy Bubblegum. We'll hopefully get to that one. I mean, I try to get to every level that makes it into the queue, as you know, but... Oh, no, because we have to go down, left, right, left, again, as we did on the first pass. I just forgot that momentarily. We need to do this exact jump just a second time. No need to mess with that. Down. The fact that this wall was a bit low in the camera at that point compared to the first pass did throw me off a little bit, I think, because I wasn't sure scrolling down towards it whether we're going to land it. But too high. We're at least getting a few attempts at that before we try to head to the left. Yeah, I feel like I solved this segment so long ago, and yet at the same time we just haven't been able to execute. Okay, down. Long jump. Oh, nope, missed it. You wish music sounds would override the P-switch noise? I don't know, because you do kind of need a clear indication of when the expiry is going to be, right? I think Nintendo errs on the side of wanting to make sure that the signals to the player are going to be consistent. Because you do need a clear way for the player to perceive when they're done. I mean, I've had a lot of levels in the past where I actually just count 10 seconds on a timer because I know the P-switch is 10 seconds. And we've had a few levels where I needed to use that in order to time my jumps properly against certain obstacles. We would actually read the timer and use the clock to plan jumps. But in general, I think players will be pretty dependent on the audio cue, and so... Whoops. Do the official games have a much quieter sound? I don't think so. They can make P-switch noises blend in harmony with the music. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely ways to, make it smoother and more palatable. The way that time switches that spawn music notes in some of the 3D games like Galaxy, for instance, they have a nice solution to this, and that your P-switch timer is actually this snippet of some other Mario music. But yeah, a lot of the things that we find restrictive about Mario Maker sometimes you have to remember are partly there for the purpose of clarity. Like with some of the limitations to which mechanics are present in each night theme, for instance. I feel like that's a bit of a clarity decision there in its own right, where you can look at what theme you're in and you know what mechanics you're dealing with, right? It's philosophically kind of similar here with audio cues. Nope, not enough of a pullback on that P. I was thinking that the high jump would straighten me out more than it did. It's actually one of the best attempts we've had so far. Whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Doing much better at that. Oh, no. A bit indecisive that time as to whether I was going to land that wall jump high or low. Rather, I started aiming for the P-switch erroneously and realized too late that I was getting where I was supposed to go. Impressed with how consistent I've gotten twirling in the ground pound cancel corridor? Really? Yeah, I mean... Like I said, I prefer it over doing the cancel. I find that I just have way too much trouble with ground pound cancels for it to be the method when an alternative exists. But maybe I am just sabotaging myself that way. But it's whatever is most comfortable for me that also works, right? Okay, I'm having trouble with the pullback there from long jump to high jump because of the way that spike block is dangling on the left of that pipe. But we'll have to figure that out. It's currently the furthest stumbling block that we've hit repeatedly. Missed the up pipe. Yeah, I'm glad that the level is designed flexibly enough that I do have a choice there when it comes to what I'm comfortable with. Same is also true for a couple of the instances where the spin high jump isn't absolutely required. It's just helpful if you feel comfortable executing it. I like having a little bit of flexibility. I find that particularly for more challenging levels that sometimes makers can be too inflexible in ways that make the levels feel less dynamic and fun. And so I like having a bit of headroom and a little bit of choice to just land on what works. You managed you're old enough to vote? Oh, old enough to run for president, rather. Well, I mean, I don't see you on a ballot. A little bit late for that. But maybe next time. I'm not an American citizen anyway, so immaterial to me. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that for the longest time, and maybe it's still true, I kept hearing 18 to 34 described as a consumer bracket that's very commonly associated with peak video games in some ways, in terms of people having the spending, but also the time available to do that. And I guess you're finally out of the 18 to 34 demographic. The market segment that is so clearly demarcated in the video game trade. I mean, a country has to survive this selection cycle first, right? So. Okay, let's head over here. Oh, no. Flub that a little bit. I was just about to land a long jump. We had a bit of a minor input goof there. Nope. I just find up pipes incredibly fuzzy, but the spin high jump should technically give me a pretty smooth pipe entry since we're holding up already anyway. Sometimes I try to reposition myself just a little too much here. Yeah, we should just hold up coming out of that jump. Make sure we have the up pipe entry nice and clean. Too low there, picked it up. Shifter, welcome. Levels are going pretty well. We're on a bit of a long one. This is the second half, or the second segment rather, of the Invintic level that had come back in recent weeks. We've finally passed the Frosty section, which is why we've been grinding away at this section past checkpoint. But yeah, we've only had good levels today, really. So, brand new level from Pitch Shifter, looking forward to it. Yeah, glad to see that you're still making so actively. Yeah, we've talked a lot on the stream already about how people in Mario Maker definitely come and go, and always nice to see some comeback content every now and then. And Luigi time, yeah, Document, I think it is about time. Document, incidentally, Redox is next and you are afterwards, but I know that you are likely to have to go sooner than Redox does since he's on European time, so if you wanted to cash in on your sub-privilege to be next after this one, that's fine, but you can negotiate that accordingly. Because if Redox is okay with that, we can totally reverse the order. Yeah. And, you know, you're a sub, we're not going to charge you points for that. Yeah, because I know that you're likely under restrictor deadline to get out of here today. So I want to get at least one clean attempt on the up pipe that is past the long jump on the thwomp here. Other than that, in Vintic, we might hold off on this one even if I have to redo the first section. But it's been satisfying to learn this part. I'd just like to have one clean attempt past that long jump on the second loop. Okay, down. Yeah, not hitting that long jump here for some reason. Would really like to hit that long jump at least one more time. But even if we don't see much past that point. We know that there's a pipe entry, we know that there's a very quick pipe exit straight down after we pass that thwomp on the left side. But that's the furthest I've been able to read this. Nope. Once again, need to hold up and really reposition ourselves to make sure we're dead center under that pipe. Out of the way. Back up. Nope. Yeah, a lot of it is just trying to be consistent with the spin high jump input. Oh, whoops. Bad positioning there. And yeah, Invintic definitely has been my pleasure to work on this one bit by bit. It's been pretty satisfying to piece together so far, so... I do think the whole structural concept of this section is quite nice. We just haven't been able to do it very often. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I think next time we reach the long jump on the second loop, we'll probably call it from there. But it definitely is a level that feels very much within reach for me. It's just, you know, given time and practice and a little bit more consistency. And sometimes, as we saw in the first section, the consistency can kind of come all at once. Like, once you straighten out a few specific mistakes, that flow comes suddenly. That does happen in Mario Maker, where you do have a breakthrough that finally sticks, for a while at least, until you progress. Okay, finally. Oh, bad descent there. Just have to be very consistent. Kind of a consistency check on every single one of these wall jump segments here, since you have to do so many of them twice. Not difficult, just lots of room to make a mess of yourself. We do a sooner twirl, we're actually in a much better position there, I think. Just to reposition. Whoops. Okay, good. Nope, too high. That was a mistake that has recurred. Definitely feeling the requirement to have all these 3D world spikes be 2x2 here with these bulging corners everywhere. Pitch shifter, there is a replace command if you want to change your code. Exclamation replace. It keeps your position in queue. And of course I can just browse for it manually if you want to show me the correct level once we're there. But thank you for punching that in. Let's try to get that good attempt I was talking about, so we can bail out of this one with a clear conscience. It might not happen. It might be that we are just regressing back here to the theoretical ground pound column. Yeah, because we had it down earlier. We don't know. But we could just get one really clean loop here. Very appropriate emotes from Pitch Shifter here. I'm also on 2 cups of coffee. Problem with doing levels that have a lot of quick repetition like this one is I don't really give myself time to reach over for a sip. As you know, you want to just keep the muscle memory going, right? Well, we will see. Document when I'm streaming. I'm a night coffee man. Yeah, I mean I'm pretty nocturnal generally anyway when I can be. But yeah, I usually have some coffee going. Stream. I don't think I necessarily really respond that much to caffeine, though. It's not something I'm extremely sensitive to. I used to be much more of a tea drinker. And I just kind of fell back into coffee a few years ago in a big way. For the longest time, I was only really drinking tea. But... Okay. I think we've regressed a bit too much in Vintech at this point. I just haven't had that chance to get a good attempt that I was talking about. So, yeah, I mean, 5-minute record doesn't matter here. It's only 2 clears on this, and not a lot of people putting in the time. The fact that it's a 1 minute 30 clear check tells me that it really is just... Mostly these 2 segments, you can see that there's an additional segment in the main zone after you come out the other side, basically, because it's kind of the midsection here where we... Just trying to look at where that pipe entry was. Oh, actually, no, there's quite a bit to go in the first section. The pipe entry is about 1/3 of the way into the main zone, so it is actually a long, long ways after the presumptive checkpoint, too. But we're learning it. We're chipping away at it as we go, and I feel like the clearing it will come eventually, just after many weeks of a learning process. So. And Red and I talking about coffee made you go make one? Yeah, that's always a good idea. We don't use this little transition card often, but let me just show you. We have this here for a reason. In fact, I'll leave it up while I take a quick sip of coffee. We're going to deal in document next with Skip to Queue, which is his privilege as a subscriber, and then we'll continue to queue after that. I will likely close at that point just to make sure we can get through the rest, although it's a pretty shallow queue right now, so I don't feel the pressure too much yet. So let's mark this one as a loss, give my hands a moment to just stretch out again, and we will bring document in first. Depending on the clear rate on Redox's entry, and for that matter how long documents level takes, we will then see from that point when we close, but I'll likely close within the next level or 2. We'll just make sure we're caught up on some of the word redemptions here, and let's punch in the code. And yeah, let's check the list again, for sure. Yeah, we have to do a marathon-level marathon at some point if we want to take a look at long haul or something, but as I said, I'm okay with looking at it now too, but it's very much your choice as the maker, what you want to show me. Like I said, some of these I might have seen early versions of, but I'm not sure. But in terms of the uncleared ones, these are the ones that we're looking at. So, do let me know what the recommendation is, and we'll take it accordingly. Just to fill in the gaps. Bluebriar Bog, yeah, with the bullies up top. Let's see it. The blue briars only sprout thorns when the tide is high. Okay. We will close up after this level at the latest. Let's see how we do with this first. But then I think I will have time to do everybody's today. Document, Redox, Lucy, and Pitch Shifter. Casper told you at one point this was his favorite level, which was surprising. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, there is this swimming and jumping transition that happens with a timed on-off. And, oh, wall jump off the left is actually much preferred there, I think. Oh, I see. It's not timed. It's actually based on... yes, it is. It's with the global shell. It is timed. Okay. Global shell and a snake block. That's what it is. Doing that the dangerous way. wonder if I should tap these bricks to the left here, in case to give me anything on wings, which would be the only thing I think. Okay, whoop. Luckily we have a tree. Oh, I was trying to wall jump off of there and we couldn't quite reach. I thought I would get it. Yeah, I know Casper rather is a big Kaizo player. But I mean, doesn't necessarily mean that his favorite level is also Kaizo, right? Is this something with wings? No, it's just a block. That's fine. Oh, we better wait here for a moment. And fell off of this. Interesting that it's kind of doable both ways, that independently of the switch timing, you can do it with a wall jump, you can do it with a crate. Now this here, or rather you can do it with the water level. That at any given moment you have a choice. You can wall jump while the water is down, you can swim while the water is high, and it's timed in such a way that the state matches the water height, and that's what we should look at. Water goes up, spikes go up. Water goes down, spikes go down, and you can swim through it as long as you don't bump into every head along the way. Yeah, very neat conceptually, and that the sort of subjective large-scale cue for the switch timing is very clear. And that is always kind of nice in Mario Maker when things are designed in such a fashion that you have something thematic that you can look at to expect certain things like the state switches, rather than just looking at the pure switch activation mechanics, if that makes any sense. That instead of thinking about timing, you're thinking water goes up, water goes down, and whoops. Captain Redbeard, you can't stay but wanted to stay high. Welcome. Don't know if you've had any escape rooms cooking up recently, but do let me know if that is eventually the case. We're glad to see you here as always. Remind us that we're not playing nearly enough puzzles these days. Okay, whoops. You actually have another one almost finalized. Yeah, do keep me up to date on that. I'll be away from Maker for at least a little bit, until mid-October maybe. But we definitely come back to this regularly. We have Echoes of Wisdom being the main program next week when it comes out, and then my schedule is a little bit limited in early October. But despite my occasional absences, Maker does come back again. Now let's swim. So yeah, whenever the spikes come back, you do have the opportunity to swim, which is neat. That felt pretty smooth that time, actually. And then we'll just run it across. Then come up. Oh, Rocky Puffer's not done with us yet. Yeah, let's stay on the bounce here. Okay, checkpoint, and we're gonna die right at the flag because of that state switch. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay, let's get out. And also, if you're spawning there, notice that because it doesn't load in the initial buzzy for the state switch, that if you're starting a checkpoint, you're not actually under time pressure to get out, which is nice. And then here's the kind of document-style vertical descent we were talking about. I think we need to not be caught in that position there on the way down. Frame perfect death, I know. I've never found that frame perfect on-off switch in that one ghost house level of yours. without that. No. Wait a minute. I'll jump into that. I'm thinking about that. Hitting the creeper on the side. There's something I'm forgetting here that is probably obvious. That would be obvious to me if I stop to think about it. Hang on. Slide under, or I feel like I should. Yeah, roll under. That's a good. I was thinking, I'm slowing down too much into the slide. Okay. Guess we're just so accustomed to standing up into a pipe entry. Yeah, nice way to gate the player here in the entry. Whoops. Let's be careful jumping out of water. This level, this specific kind of level actually feels very much of a kind with Gilmore's kind of thing too, in fact. We were talking quite a bit about vertical setups like this earlier, and of course, in Gilmore's case, he's got a lot of the vertical levels, plus a lot of the rising and falling fluid levels, right? And you can definitely see the stylistic likeness there as well. Oops. Totally missed dry bones. Okay. Let's go down. Down we go. Then let's not get hammered. Oh. Oh, we got caught out of position by that. Oh, let's not slide. Hang on, that was a bad idea. We needed to get out of there quickly. I didn't realize the water was going to... Oh yeah, because the water just keeps going down. We were just being outpaced by that because... Again, camera is up to me in this level. It's not something we can stall at for too long because we do need to keep up with water going down. Since the camera is not pushing me. We spent too long coming out of the hammer section. That's clearly the issue there. Yeah. Again, we need to get there quickly. Whoa, that was awfully close. Oh, no, I was trying to jump over that piranha. We just went too high. I knew that we were coming a little close to the transition point there. But yeah, we do need to keep pace. And keep that in mind. Definitely the bit with the Goombas was throwing me off a little bit too horizontally. It is called Blue Briar Bog, and I definitely kind of like the sense of identity from the color scheme here too. Okay, hit that just in time. And bypass the hammer immediately. Oh, nope. That was poor momentum. We do want to jump on the first Goomba, I think. Just to make sure we get a nice angle going left. But we'll get back there, practice it, and adjust accordingly. Looks like we're behind pasting a hammer there, but we'll get out. Oh. Got it. No, we do need to sustain ourselves there until the switch happens. Again, because it is a global switch that is up top, everything is consistently synchronized in terms of how the switch timing lines up with water timing. It is going to be 100% the same kind of obstacle every time, and we should keep that in mind when timing some of the later segments that will require me to jump out of the water in a very specific way. And we'll go with that. Nice smooth fall there for once. Actually a little bit ahead of pace, which is nice. Back on pace here. Okay, this is the furthest we made it previously. Whoa, that was close, but we got it. Oh, nope. Bad jump into a pipe entry. I knew we were under a moment of switch pressure to do that, but we were warned. Yeah, definitely felt like a bit of a weird jump coming out of the front appliance segment. I was very surprised it made it. Close shave there, but we made it. Okay, catch up on this a little bit. Good. We'll just let it sink. We don't need to jump around there too much. Okay. Nope. Nope. Same issue here. Just bad jump out of the water. You're saying water levels are most fun when they're mixed with non-water platforming? I can see that happening. I mean, I find that jumping out of the water is sometimes something that feels a bit gluey for me in most circumstances. That's a minor inconvenience. But yeah, I think the thing that kind of frustrates players sometimes if they're only dealing with water. I mean, I have nothing specifically against water levels, but I can see why people do if they're really accustomed to speed as their main form of skill expression. Simply because when you are trapped in the water the entire time, you don't have much of a range of speed to work with unless it's something quite specific like a frog level, right? That you don't get a lot of flexibility to express expertise as a player, and I think that's maybe what's a common cause for complaint in terms of how water levels don't match with people's playstyles. Of course, we'll use that as an excuse to do super spike precision instead. There we go. Oh. Yeah, jumping out of water is goofy, just don't make that part precise. Exactly. It's like that in every game. You have to have a platformer really design around how you exit out of the water in a very specific way mechanically to make it feel smooth. I kind of remember Rayman Legends pulling that off for some reason. I definitely think that recent DKC, like Tropical Freeze, definitely figured that out. In fact, one of the subtle things that was, I think, a definite change from Returns to Tropical Freeze was that Tropical Freeze was the one that was really showing off a lot of semi-water levels and concepts. I'm not even sure that Returns had any of that, in fact. But Tropical Freeze just kind of gets it going right from the first level, and it's has this kind of very momentum-based concept for spiraling out of the water, as I recall. But yeah, Mario, because of the whole, you know, tap jump mechanic, I think, has some natural obstacles when it comes to making exiting water feel smooth. Oh, look at that. Sort of interesting that I managed to align myself just fine for that column coming up. Didn't expect that. Come to think of it, you don't think you've seen very many fully 3D world underwater levels? I have. I can think of some puzzle levels in particular, in fact. And also and also levels involving dash panels. Mostly by either Luca or Mang, actually. No, but definitely some people who have done interesting puzzle concepts as well. There's a really good Axeman underwater puzzle, I remember. That was pretty unique. And... I mean, as with any of the water themes in this game, yeah, we were being outpaced on the previous attempt. This time we were just about on pace. We were kind of right at the lip of the water. The water themes in general, I think, are actually very aesthetically pleasing. We've seen a couple of levels really make use of water as an explorable space, like you're playing a top-down game. That one multi-dungeon Zelda level that was by this Yarrow, I think, was something that really stood out to me when it comes to that format. You know, just using water levels like you're playing a top-down game. Okay. I feel like we... Oh, a little late there. Yeah, in 069, the vertical water theme taking you all the way down to the sunken ship. Yes, it's really quite a neat background concept. And here we go. Yeah, one thing the water themes in this game definitely have going for them are the aesthetics. With both a lot of the semi-solid color schemes in the main styles, as well as some of the sprite replacements, like the Gelectros and SMP3. Oops. Yeah, I mean, Lucy Bubblegum, you know, 3D World. There's a lot of stuff about 3D World in this game that is not really faithful to the original 3D World to begin with. Every time I go back to actual 3D World, for instance, I just find the ground pound into high jump mechanic incredibly satisfying. And of course that's absent here. And also keeping in mind that, you know, 3D World was also full of Goomba stacks everywhere, Goomba towers all over the place, and of course you find yourself stacking them here. Yeah, you know, the kind of maker representation of 3D World is very much its own Mario game that never existed, in some ways. Which is fine, it's just that, you know, the players have different contextual information that they're bringing in with them when they play levels in these styles. And that you don't have that same consensus body of knowledge that you do with... Whoops. People coming in with, say, Cape experience in Super Mario World, where there's a bit of a shared body of expectation for where they would have learned that from, right? Whereas here in 3D World, there's only so much you can design around for some of the advanced mechanics with cats or boomerangs or anything like that, because not enough people know it. So. Oh, whoops. Still having some trouble here. We could have just done ground pound into that, actually, to straighten out. You still do the ground pound jump and Maker out of instinct from Odyssey, yeah. I gotta go back to Odyssey at some point. I did play it 100% when it came out in 2017. I actually never went back to see the balloon match, like the Luigi balloon thing. But there's a little bit of Odyssey that I actually get around to. I would like to replay it at some point. Don't know if I'd do it on stream or just wrap around it casually. I've replayed 3D World many, many times. On both Wii U and Switch. Oh, we're totally gonna miss the timing here. Yeah. Too much hesitation there after hitting the piranha. Where we spent maybe 2 more seconds there than we should have. Before grabbing and throwing. And sorry, I'll catch up on your message there in a moment. Let me just take a death here first. You do hope that the next Maker game is updated for a year or 2. Yeah. I was actually thinking about that recently because, of course, Splatoon 3 just ceased major updates as well at the 2-year mark, and then, you know, even a lot of their most popular games, Nintendo has a pretty clear horizon that they stick to when it comes to content updates, that they don't really go on and exceed that, except in very rare cases. The additional content in Mario Kart 8, for instance, seemed like a very anomalous situation. First of all, because they were importing so much stuff from Mario Kart Tour. We finally get to play those courses without having to suffer through Mario Kart Tour. Including some very nice courses, too, like the Ninja Hideaway one, but where, you know, at least you're not stuck playing the mobile game to experience that. But that seemed like a pretty unique circumstance, where at the same time they were also adjusting around the fact that, you know, the next Nintendo console is further off than people might have expected from a typical cycle, and so it made sense to just prolong one of their best-selling games of all time. But yeah, for the most part, though, I think that's an extreme exception in terms of Nintendo continuing content support past their original plan. I guess Smash did have the second character pass, but that would have been in the works, I think, much earlier than people realized. But in general, you know, even something like Animal Crossing didn't have updates going for that long. I know there was a lot of speculation that Maker 2 was truncated by the pandemic. I don't really buy it, to be honest. I didn't buy it back then, I didn't buy it now. I think there are too many signs that this was what they had planned for in the first place. We need to not press directions going up that column because we're not going to beat the spikes. We just need to stay aligned. You're saying Odyssey is great for replays and you somehow managed to... Wait, 1 minute. Do Volleyball Master second try. Yeah, I guess it sticks with you. I mean, I didn't find it too bad. I think I actually had more trouble with the jump rope, to be honest. Among the more notorious segments. I mean, volleyball was not easy, but it was... I certainly didn't get a second try, but I settled into it not too badly. Anyway. Yeah, Odyssey I remember having structurally the same kind of trade-off that Wonder did, for me anyway, which is that, you know, you have so much flexibility to the layout that as a veteran player, you get to the medium difficulty content sooner. And there's a great deal of variety, and obviously. But that, I think in both cases, the game leaves a weaker last impression than it ought to. Simply because it does feel like it kind of thins out a bit at the top end, you know? When it comes to how much you're pushing the player. And that there are a lot of mechanics in Odyssey, for instance, that the players just never really tested on unless they want to really make use of it themselves for things like the Koopa races. Like most of the tech with the Cappy jumps and so on. That there's so much you can do that the game doesn't ask you to do at any point. If you're bummed about mobile Mario Kart, the idea is great, but then the gameplay gets simplified so much that it doesn't feel anything like a real game. Yeah, I'd found Tour kind of unplayable. I tried it briefly and I just wiped out of it immediately. I always feel like the Nintendo mobile collaborations were deliberately there to say, look, if you want a real experience, you really should get the console. And they're right. Yeah, like I said, I'm glad we got a way to experience the Tour tracks without actually having to play Tour. Yeah, on my initial run through Odyssey, I did do 100% of what was available at the time. I say what was available because there were some of the additional picture hunts that were patched in. And then, of course, there was Luigi Balloon mode. But I did get all, what, 889 stars or so? Or moons, rather? It was something like that. Somewhere under 900. Okay, I'm glad that the Goomba split gives me a bit of flexibility there. The Goomba split is a nice touch, actually, in terms of just giving me more Gooms to work with when I can't necessarily plan around them. I'm beginning to appreciate that in a way that I didn't expect. Okay, let's not push directions. Let's get out. Sink down. Ground pound, go immediately for the POW. And for this POW. Oh, no. Missed a pickup. You found something to complain about in Odyssey. Sorry, I'm just a little behind on the chat. Let me just get out of here before I read the whole message. There's a sub-area moon that's locked to post-game, despite the sub-area itself not being post-game. Is there really? I don't remember. But I don't have a clear idea of what was locked to pre or post game. Because I always knew I was going to go for 100% anyway, right? So I think I had actually collected as much as I possibly could before approaching Bowser. I'm not sure if that was the case actually, because I have to think back to what the unlocking system was for that, because I think Dark Side and Darker Side were just based on your moon count, right? Where you needed 500 or something for Darker Side. Oh, the RC Kart Mastery Moon. I have to think about that. That kind of jogs my memory. This was 7 years ago. I have to think way back. Okay. Oh. Right, so you actually beat the time that was required for the Mastery Moon, but you have to replay it to actually have it properly registered. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's go. Getting close here. Get down to that lower segment. Yeah, and of course the P-switches, the P-blocks rather, give you a very clear visual indication of when the switch is going to happen, which is why you need to race it along the way. I mean, that's the same kind of indication system that we had in the first part here too, in terms of when water level was the toggle either way, but here of course it's just unidirectional. Vertical subworld. Okay, there we go. Then do a very clear warning to get out of there before water sinks too low. Let's wrap around this way. Yeah, wrapping around to the right side works a lot better. Finally. Then there's going to be a switch over in just a moment, so let's get down here before everything drops in my head, and then there we go, at long last. Swim! It'll just bounce back. So, whatever. And top of the flag. There we go. Thank you for the GGs. We are going to close queue at this point once we dial up the next level from Redux. And thank you so much, Document, for giving me another one to catch up on after all this time. Yeah, this level is all about that visual signaling, that you have so much on the screen that makes the global timer intuitive, even though the global timer is something that just, you know, loads in once and gets out of your way. And again, it's nice to think about those cues like based on a theme rather based on the mechanism itself. Yeah, thanks so much again, Document. And thanks so much, Redox, for waiting behind the subscriber redemption there. I'll dial this in and we'll close queue, and then we will play the rest. Thank you for waiting, both Lucy and Pitch Shifter behind this as well. And Document, you have a good night with that caffeine pumping inside your veins. Okay, let's close up. This is one from April 2024. It says, next time. Give me one moment here while I update my stream title to reflect the fact that we are closed. And we'll play Brutalist. It'll be just 3 levels, but, you know, with a sub 1% 30-second level from Redux, we'll see how long we take. And let me just make sure that bot displays this properly. Here we go. GLHF, let's see it. If I somehow overperform and finish way ahead of schedule, we'll open up to a few more. Usually my target is to run these streams 4 hours or so. We tend to go way over. But I'm basically trying to leave myself ample time to work on Redox's level here, in case we do get stuck on ground pounds and the like. Oop. We need this clear condition text to get out of our way here. Yeah, long jump. Wall jumps. Oh, and yeah, we need a better cancel out of that. I wasn't quite sure where my target was. The first cancel actually went well. Oh, no. Yeah, I have to hug the wall there to get a proper bounce off of the shell. Nope. again, cancel, pull left. The timing will matter here, so we do need to stall to cancel. Nope. Hang left for the wall jump. We can just ignore the shell and treat that as a wall jump. That's the best way to visualize that, probably. Oop, missed completely. Oh, no, hang on. Let's not cut through it. Single mill, welcome. Hang on. Yeah, because we do need to deflect shell when we get into that wall jump, obviously. Oh, missed it. Yeah, single mill, we actually just closed up, but if I finish the rest of the queue before I'm at the 4-hour mark or so on the stream, we'll probably reopen for 1 or 2 more. It really depends. I'm just trying to make sure I buy myself enough time for some of the harder levels like this one. So thank you for the follow. There is some possibility that we may reopen, but I don't want to promise it, which is why I've shut for the moment. No, I was trying to cancel into that, but I didn't get to bounce for whatever reason. I'm not promising anything, but you know that. But yeah, I usually try to make sure that if I'm letting somebody join the queue, I want to guarantee that they'll be played, right? So, just to be on the safe side, we might be on this current level for quite a bit since we just started working on it, so... Hang on. Let's concentrate here with the wall jumps. So yeah, we'll see if we have time to deal you in if you are able to stay that long. There aren't too many levels ahead of you right now. It's a relatively short queue for when I close. Do I skip people who are not here? Yeah, I will sometimes have a little bit of leniency for people who might just be temporarily AFK, where we'll rotate people around a little bit, but because I do expect that, you know, with fewer levels, people do need to step out momentarily sometimes, or submit to multiple streams or something. And we try to accommodate, but we don't just play through the list without checking, if that's what you're asking. We do make sure we are playing for makers or submitters who are able to watch. Oops. All the people ahead of you are likely to stay, though, just so you know. I'm here for a while, and I know they can stay. But it's just this level and 2 more that are likely to be on the shorter side. So it's just a matter of, you know, how soon I finish this one. Mostly. I wonder why we're missing the bounce on that. I think maybe we're just a little out of alignment, because I am getting the cancel, I thought, but then we're not getting the bounce on the shell. We're just getting straight through it. Yeah, because of the way shell reclaims work, there's a particular spot that we have to hit it. A little bit faster wall jumps. Yeah, Redux, we know that's a typical problem for us here. As you can see. Hey, look at that. Oh, nope, missed a wall jump on the left. It was very clear. Yeah, at this point we know what our typical mistakes in Redux levels are likely to be. Oh. A little bit of slow on actually getting on that left side wall, actually. I just took too long to get into the jump in the first place. Oops. hang on. Just missing entirely sometimes. And Inventic, you're going to head to sleep. Yeah. Thank you so much for your submission earlier again. Glad we've managed to progress with it today. Even if it is not even at the 2/3 mark yet. Oh, too slow. Nope. Miss. It is pretty timing sensitive early on. Oops. So we need to make sure that we don't get too much airtime between the wall jumps here. Oh, actually overshot that. We got ahead of schedule that time on a shell, which is kind of impossible for me to see, but I think maybe some earlier jump was out of alignment there, so. There we go. Nope. Too long. And that one did get the cancel. Nope. Too far out. Like that. Good. No, that's going to be short bounce. Short bounce followed by a ground pound cancel just past the conveyor belt. Nope. Failed to cancel. Yeah, we are making progress. That was a new record. By a pretty decent margin, in fact. Nope. I don't know why we're failing to cancel so much there. I am hitting up into that, I'm not seeing it happen. Whoops. Nope. Came in too low on the wall. That was clearly the issue. Whoops. Okay, that felt a lot smoother that time. Nope. Didn't get high bounds for some reason. Let up on it just a bit soon, perhaps. Oh, too soon. Yeah, lots of little things to sort out on the way. That's what we've come to expect. Good. Yeah. Oh, missed it. But yeah, hitting the right half of that spiny after the ground pound there is the right idea. In terms of getting that positioning done properly. Oh, nope. Just not pulling back soon enough after that drop. Nope. And the cancel once more. We'll get there. Like I said, glad I warmed up with Inventix level earlier. Got us mentally in 3D world mode a little sooner today. Late on the wall jump here, though. Yeah, it's just the shortest possible bounce, and it's funny when you clip it at the top corner to get in position for the drop and wall jump after that. Timings are going to be a little sensitive. Whoop, ahead of schedule. Maybe we're late on some other part of this when it comes to dropping the shell backwards. That's a very neat moment there, by the way, dropping the shell back on the conveyor where you reverse it. You know, it's kind of slowly rolling forward, but then you kick it and it goes back. I don't like the way that's set up. I mean, we've seen that before in a lot of creations like this one, but felt pretty elegant here. Too close. Wow, missed that completely. Just didn't get the second bounce at all that time. Not quite sure what happened there. Probably just off a little bit directionally speaking. Too far to the left. And didn't get to cancel. Nope. Once again, sometimes we fail to ground pounds just from switching inputs too soon into the pullback wall. And we know that. Yeah, sometimes how we hit the shell is going to affect whether we catch the timing there. When we get a head like that, it's probably because we were late making contact with the shell on an earlier jump. It's a little hard to spot when I am going to miss that, but it's probably something that we can just clean up a bit here with the initial shell drop. Oh, nope, completely missed a down input there. Too low. And yeah, once again, down, up, left. It's just that there is a certain interval to the timing to make it work. And I don't tend to hit it reliably. Nope. Nope. Yeah, sometimes just missing the input. Too many accidental diagonals, perhaps, or once again, just anticipating the next direction too soon. Missed it completely. Don't know why that happens. Probably just the way I'm holding the controller, perhaps. Where my D-pad accuracy has not been great lately. Okay, caught it just barely. Got it. Down. Oh, failed the high bounce. Trying to high bounce, so we just pressed a bit too late there. Still a long ways to go. Oh, nope, missed a down input again. We saw the ground pound coming, I just, once again, failed the input. straight down. Okay. Nope. I could tell that was not going to go as soon as I saw my positioning there when we stalled. Sometimes it's pretty easy to see that it's not happening. Too long on the ground pound, it seems. Didn't stall that one out very well. Nope. No. Don't want to pound it like that. That'll just destroy it and remove the platform that is required. Hold into this. Oh no, short bounce once again. That's back to where our best attempt was. Short bounce followed by ground pound cancel, and then to the left. It's very clear, it's just we haven't executed it yet. But it's easy to see what we're supposed to do. Poor reaction time getting to it, that's all. Because I'm mentally still trying to confirm, usually, that the previous jump was successful, and it's a bit of a lag time as you try to anticipate what the next input will be after that. You kind of want to read that you're on target to begin with. Nope. Once again, it is cancelled and to the left, but then with a very tight margin, as usual, for cancels like this. Inching forward, though, that's, I think, at about the halfway point, as far as I can tell. Missed it. Personal best, yeah. Or peanut butter, one of the two. Why not both? Nope, too much of a bounce on the P there. But yeah, it's a very, very narrow margin to cancel and pull left. I always say those kind of feel like fighting game inputs almost. Oh, whoops, missed. Where you just need to input a series of disconnected directions in very quick succession and kind of think about it as smooth motion, but then the smooth motion where you can't go too fast either. Whoops. But we'll get there. Soon enough, might just take a lot of practice. Nope. Yeah, once again, I try to go down, up, left, but then if we hit left before you're in the up animation already, then it kills the ground pound cancel. Very frequent mistake for us here. Oop, didn't get enough distance. Huh. Yeah, it feels like a fighting game for sure. Yeah. Not my expertise. Nope, once again, missed it. Very quick margin, cancelled immediately to the left. Exactly the kind of input we struggle with. Much tighter margin than some of the earlier cancels too. Oops. Okay, let's try it again. Too tight. Twice in a row, in fact. That's the hard part you're saying, yeah. I can tell. Have to get some of the other cancels straightened out first, of course. Hasn't really been happening as much as I would like. Wow, didn't even get the down input. I don't know why we're missing the down input sometimes. I'm definitely pressing it. But for some reason, sometimes we're in a situation where it's not reading. Might be an accidental diagonal. But we'll see. Nope, too late. Stalled a bit too much there. Missed. Nope. Once again, went straight through. We were too far to the left as well, so. Definitely have to take advantage of some of those hidden reclaim mechanics here. In terms of how we're going to make contact with the shell, depending on our position. Nope. Once again, I actually did press, it's just didn't register it as a ground pound for whatever reason. Probably just off center. Nope. You'd think we would have had enough practice with some of the ground pound cancels by now, but still failing them most of the time. Okay. Actually did well that time. I could tell that wasn't going to reach. You can kind of tell from the first bounce there when that's going to fall a bit short. But let's try that again. Nope. Oh, we could be doing quite a lot better here. Missed it completely. Once again, a little bit slow coming out of the ground pound. It was very visible to me that that was an issue. Nope. Wow, didn't expect to hit it that soon. It's supposed to sail off first, so something about that timing didn't go the way it should have. Couldn't quite tell what. Nope. Missed the left after that. I don't think we really got to cancel. It's about 11 seconds left, so we're just under 2/3 at that point in the level. Oops. So yeah, lots to straighten out about each attempt here, but Try to make it work. A little short there that time. Can't always expect when it's going to happen, but we'll try to address that. Yeah, I think some of my ground pound inputs just need more clarity sometimes, where, you know, I'm kind of rocking all over the place on a D-pad, but I just need some really clear, discrete presses sometimes. If I'm not totally confident that will the prescribed direction on target. So I'm going to change a few things about my controller habits to make sure we're pointed the right way here. Seen some results when it comes to the reliability of the cancels. Pulled back too soon. Missed. We go. Nope, not quite. Yeah, once again, making contact with that too early. Not exactly sure we know the fix right away, but we'll try to catch it. Nope. Too far to the left. We have to deflect the shell correctly in order to catch everything at the right time. Failed to cancel. Yeah, we've had that issue for a few attempts now, just falling too short on that jump. One of them not leaning right quickly enough or something. Way off. But yeah, it got up to 11 seconds on the clock on our best attempt so far, so didn't take too much work to sort out the rest, as long as we can get the ground pound into left wall sequences going more reliably. Right off the side. Nope. Big miss. Supernora, welcome. We'll see, depending on how the current queue goes, if I have time to reopen later. Sometimes I do if we're ahead of schedule, but I can't promise anything at this point, just given that we're doing a harder one right now, and I want to make sure that we absolutely fit in everybody who already got in. So thank you for the follow. We will see what we can do, but I've closed up so I don't make any promises to people I can't keep when it comes to playing levels. We try to make sure that everybody who gets in does get played, so I close relatively early and reopen if possible, which doesn't always happen. Thank you for dropping by regardless. I hope that level you're sending has been treating you well. Oops. Did I make it? Yes, finally. Oh, missed it. Missed it completely. Don't know what happened there that time to put us out of alignment, but anticipated something a little too early there, but I just don't quite see what it was. Yeah, there's a lot of minor variance that can happen with when I'm making contact with all the spinies, and that does alter some of the timing sometimes in ways that will affect my chances of success. Bad ground pound that time. Just didn't position well at all. Reached it at least. Nope, almost. We got a ground pound, we tried to cancel, we just didn't pull back well enough to make it over there. And then 10 coin gives you a very clear target for where you're going to make contact with the shell. Very clear, very big target. We keep dying with 4 seconds left. Interesting. We'll see when we get there. Yeah, I've played a lot of levels by Redox, so I have a pretty good understanding of how he signals things at this point. Usually single coin just means hold jump. And 2 coins beside each other will usually signify long jump. At the 4 second mark, though, we haven't seen what that's all about yet, so we'll get there and find out, I guess. Nope, too short. But yeah, I guess we'll see what happens at the 4 second mark. And need to get there first, of course. Nope. Nope, failed to cancel. The timing actually worked out well that time too, it's just we didn't finish the job input-wise. Yeah, sometimes the exact horizontal positioning where you're hitting that shell does matter in terms of whether you're going to catch it on the rebound accurately. Oh, well, completely missed. Yeah, Redox, I love how you could tell exactly from your level which spot was apparently the 4 second mark. I mean, you know, you played it yourself enough, I'm sure, and tune it carefully enough that you have all the relevant numbers baked into memory at this point, even with a level that's been around since April. Whoops. Nope, nope, pulled back too soon. Didn't have to pull back at the wall, we anticipated it too quickly. Not the first time I've made that mistake today, but I'll keep that to a minimum. Nope, once again, missed. Ground pound completely. Nope, missed it completely. Once again, we're just not getting the inputs down. Just need a lot more accuracy. Nope. I'm hitting down and up, we're just aren't getting it to register for some reason. Maybe too close to diagonal, maybe too close to the side input, who knows? We'll try to catch it. Oops. Once again, these 2x2 3D world spikes. Inflicting a bit of lethality here. Well, we had a bit of cancel consistency earlier. We seem to have lost it. Probably just my thumb's giving way or something. I don't know. But we'll try to do it. Anyway. Oh, once again, just missing it. Definitely a bit of a workout for my left thumb on this one. Both with speed and accuracy. Nope. It's not happening. Too late. Too much stalling on the top. Yeah, it might take quite a few attempts to sort out the last third or so as well, just to see how well we can get there in the first place, which has been a challenge. So we haven't approached our personal best in quite a few attempts at this point. Well, it just needs to work on it until an attempt sticks. It's very sensitive to even minor variations in timing when it comes to where you'll catch the spinies, and so a very exact player. Nope. As you can see, just one of many attempts where we were too far left in that spot. No, I don't know what's been happening. Yeah, I think, again, we are not pounding a shell in a good position. That horizontally I need to be over a little bit. There we go. Much better. Nope, missed it on the left. Back to the limit of our progression, though, after many attempts. Red and I twirl might sometimes help there. Yeah. I didn't consider that, actually. So far, I don't know how tight I am in a clock, so... Not that the twirl has that much time on 3D World, but, you know, against a moving target, I think curving myself in that way would be a bit tricky. We will see. No, once again, the double hit there on the shell trapped me up above. We had seen that one time before. Yeah, that and the fact that, you know, in 3D World you have that sharpening of the angle that happens with a twirl. quite unlike its floaty behavior in this MBU. Nope. Failed to cancel. Oh, missed it. Once again, too slow on it, perhaps. Oh, we will see. Nope, just keep missing it. Well, if we can just get back to where the personal best was. Yeah, we're just not getting the cancels at all, actually. I'm trying to jam the correct direction here. And I think we just have too many phantom diagonals here and there that are from anticipating the next move too soon. Nope. Yeah, once again, really have to wait for that up input to from the cancel before you do anything with it. Nope. Nope, cut that for once. Will we make it over? Yes, we will. Oh, too far. Or rather, too early to the left. And it does limit how much you can pull back. Okay. Nope, once again. Counted straight through. Nope. The inputs really do have to go for clarity. And when it's smooth, it goes really smooth. When it doesn't, it looks like that. Yeah, as expected, ground pound cancels are pretty much the entire roadblock here. For the entire level. Make or break for almost every attempt. Nope, missed it. Once again, tried to cancel, just didn't pull left. Congratulations, Single Mill, on getting it well ahead of me. Hope you enjoyed the experience. And yeah, Redux has lots of levels like that. It's a very consistent experience to go through Redox's levels, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it much more as you go down the list. Oops. Yeah, just waiting for that one good breakthrough near the end. Nope. You got your first like today. Congratulations. Are you fairly new to making? Seems like you must be a relatively experienced player to get through Redox's level that quickly, but... Yeah, I mean, Redox and a lot of the other regulars here have been around for quite a few years on and off, so... the likes come with time. Nope. Yeah, single mill, we'll see if we have time for yours as well. But, can't guarantee it. Depends on how seriously I want to go for the clear on this one as well, because maybe that my thumbs just need a break from it. Might have to bail out on it for a moment, but we'll see. Yeah, it's very fast for a new player. Unless you're just a lot more familiar with playing the making at this point, which definitely also happens. Sent that spiny shell down into the abyss. It didn't go anywhere far enough to make it bounce. Whoops. No, because we didn't really properly bounce into it in the first place, I guess. No. Pull back too aggressively. That's actually how quickly you do have to pull back at that later segment at 11 seconds or so. We do need to be that fast, just not right now. No, we killed it. Oh yeah, because we killed it with a ground pound before we could cancel. That's why. Nope. Yeah, I can't believe how difficult it is to get cancels to register sometimes. Because I am getting my thumb in a position, it's just that it probably is reading like a diagonal or something, or something else is going wrong with the timing. Too quick between inputs or too slow? Can't quite tell. In terms of how the input is buffered. If at all. Nope. Okay, once again, just missed it. Definitely pressing it. Don't know why it just doesn't go. People were saying your levels are too hard and you're trying an easy one. Yeah. I definitely won't have time for an additional hard one today, but if you have an easy one to show me, we'll probably finish on that. Simply because, you know, I will be looking to end stream pretty close to that point. Which again is why we cut off the queue to new submissions for the time being. Oh, I'll jump too late on the left side. Totally missed to jump off the wall slide. Okay. Nope, just missing that every time. We just haven't been able to get past that. Because you need to cancel and pull back so quickly without being too quick as to negate the input. Well, we'll try it out. If only ground pound cancels were a more transferable life skill, you know. Where the ability to pull them off in Mario Maker is predictive of whether you can really do it yourself or just dropping off of a building or something. Parachuting your way down. Whoops. Oh. Over 20,000 likes, are you? Or 20,002? Way too late in that. Yeah, I don't know how we're missing so many cancel inputs today, but or even just ground pound inputs. I mean, I guess it's the same amount I usually miss. But this is clearly very mechanically challenging. On our end, anyway. Well, we'll see, because, you know, even when we get past the 11-second mark, we don't one-shot the rest. We'll still be back here quite a bit, so... Missed it. You know what, let's scout ahead just to see what's going on. And then ground pound cancel over here. Oh, okay, because you need to let this thing get ahead of you. Then you bounce it. And then you bop that, and then that's close to the end. Okay, I just wanted to scout ahead a little bit just to see what was coming, because there's a bit more ground pound cancel stalling where you need to do it before you get hit by the spiny on the way down, and so... Nope, just hit the lip of the platform. That last part I saw is the part that confused you. Okay, interesting. I mean, I didn't really have time to read it properly, but well... And of course, you know, if you miss some of the earlier interactions, then the later ones are sensitive to that, where you can't just run ahead and expect to see how the level is actually going to work when some shells didn't make it over there the way they should have. No, just failing this cancel every single time, like we're so close to doing it. Yeah, it's just not happening. Because we know it's a very quick cancel into the left, but the input just didn't go. Yeah, it's one of the best attempts still. At least we're making a way to what is almost progress. Missed. I mean, maybe I'm just missing some of these because my thumb is telling me it's had enough. But we'll see. Nope. Hey, some of this at least. No, you're not supposed to ground pound cancel there. You're supposed to just pull back to the wall. Because otherwise the timing gets thrown off against a bounce. Best attempt yet, though. Best attempt. Okay. We'll see. Yeah, like I said, we'll see if my thumbs actually hold out for this level, but... we will definitely play through whoever is remaining in the queue here, and... yeah, Single Male, since you've been hanging out here, we'll definitely see if we can make time for yours. But... the sooner we beat this, the likelier that is. You ground pound there every time by accident? Yeah, it's totally based you into doing it. Just from habit. Yeah, sometimes it just takes one good attempt to do it. Just something that blasts you all the way to the end. Yeah, but definitely later on there's one that's a ground pound where you have to wait for a shell to drop to your right and then bounce on top of it as it's going over the conveyor. That one is going to require pretty exact positioning, if I'm reading that one correctly from my one preview peek at it so far. Way too low on the wall jumps. Much too low. Of course, we'll see how tight the timer is, too. Nope. Have to be pretty exact with those. Nope. Completely missing it. Really starting to slip even on the earliest jumps here. But yeah, we did have that one really promising attempt. If we can just get another one like that, where it's not a totally blind read anymore. Could make some progress. Nope. Failed to cancel. It's that spot every time. Missed. Really do have to trust the shell to catch you. Whoops. Well, like I said, maybe a good solid attempt past that really tricky, very short cancel into left wall. Is all it takes, just one good attempt past that point. Where, again, it is going to be a bit of a blind read for some of it, so we'll see how that goes, but we do have to reach it first before jumping to conclusions. Got that accurately for once. And that. Nope. Just failing that cancel every time. Again, we're just anticipating the left too soon, so it reads as a down diagonal and then just doesn't cancel when we do that. We've made that mistake so many times at this point, you'd think I could fix it, but because it's such a quick left wall after that, it's very easy to erroneously anticipate the input too soon. And, well, we've seen the results. Nope, missed it completely. Just need a quick reaction time to everything. That's going a little better. Nope. We're back too soon. Like we have on so many occasions. Feels like the kind of thing that, the standard styles would be solved with a one-way panel, or at least a smaller spike. Too late. Oh, well, got bumped back. Hadn't seen that happen before. Didn't commit to the short bounce enough, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know if this is happening today, Redux. We'll see how we do. It is tantalizingly close. There's still some that we haven't read yet here, and we just can't get back to that unless the ground pounds get fixed. There's a lot to fix for us over here. Yeah, it's that 11-second mark that's been a major roadblock here. Well, and ground pounds in general, of course, but... yeah, Redux, like I was saying earlier in the stream, I expect I will not be running viewer levels for the next 2 weeks, but I will come back after that, depending on how Zelda's going, obviously. And I still have some outside commitments past that point. But viewer levels will be back, just not absolutely every week. There's going to be a lot more Mario Maker content coming later in the year, though, for sure. Well, the last one for a little bit. Last one for the next 2-3 weeks or so. I do usually run every weekend at this time, usually, but sometimes we do have some other things that command our attention here. Oops. Yeah, slipping far too much here. I want to have one more really deep run. That might be it, if we can do it. Sometimes I say that and the good attempt just doesn't come. "3 a.m. you're saying, so you might have about an hour to hang here? Yeah. Wow, look at that terrible deflection on a shell that time. I feel like for somebody who does ground pound cancel accurately, that this is just a much, much easier level than I'm making it look. That's entirely the problem here, it's just not executing the cancels well. Nope, and then just missed it completely. Missed a down input completely when I was trying to do it. I don't know why that happens. I'm pressing that way. But again, it might still be... I might have my thumb just out of position enough that it's reading as a diagonal, so we just have to be a lot firmer about it. There we go. Nope, missed it completely. Sometimes you're saying it's not even a hard thing, but a silly thing. Oh yeah, very often. Bad pullback there. Oh, we shall see. Nope. Got on the wall that time at least, we just didn't get the jump incorrectly. Some of this is looking smoother than usual at least. Nope, that's a jinx. Missed it. Either hit the wall, missed a jump. Nope. Yeah, this is slipping away from me, I think. But we shall see. Looking reasonable. Where is it? No. It's this cancel. And then it's just jump, jump, and then pop this one, and we're so close. So close. After that 10 coin, I think it's up to the flag. Yeah, we just missed a cancel. We knew exactly what to do there. We had the right place for it, we just didn't get the input. But it's very clear to me what the sequence is from that point. Extremely clear. That's the last big one there that we have to hit. The one after is weird. Yeah, no, I see it though. But I think so anyway, we'll see. Because there is that one with the P block that tells you should peel it off the top corner. See, now I kind of want to stay and push it because we're so close. Nope. Missed the wall jump. Pulled away from it too soon, rather. That's how Redox gets you hooked. Yeah, very much so. We've had this experience with many of these levels. Make it short enough that I get tempted to grind it out. Exactly, we're just so close to the end and I see what the ending is probably supposed to look like. So. That little incremental progress that keeps you wanting to push while you still have muscle memory down from some practice. Missed it. I'm slipping quite a bit here, though, so... Yeah, I'm missing some of the easy jumps now. That's okay. Maybe we'll just get one really solid attempt out of the blue. Nope, won't be that one. Luigi was facing backwards by the end of that one. Just from bad pullback somewhere. Their rate's not holding up for this one, that's for sure. Whoops. They had a fairly high one going in, actually, from what I could see. At least it seems so. Yeah, I can't believe how difficult it is to execute the cancels reliably. Because there's so many of them in this one level that, you know, the fact that our hit rate with them is so low just means that that in itself is going to sink most attempts. And we have to do so many of them, right, in order to pass through this. Nope, missed the wall jump. Pretty good up to that point, though. Oh, let's see. Nope, missed it. We're so very close to doing this. And yet. Too close. Over and over. Thank you to the patience of anybody who's waiting behind us, by the way. If you're still here. Nope, too late. Yeah, because this has been the most time spent on the level today. This has been about an hour at this point, I think. Which is not ideal, but of course I was sort of expecting we'd need to make time for this, so... I'm glad I did. You found a Redux level with no clears and you're going to try it? Yeah, good luck with that. Enjoy your first clear if you get it. And the fact that Redux is saying, oh no, might be taken as a warning. Oh, you mean it's just a playtest upload? Or is it a much older level that's simply difficult? That seems to be what you're telling me here. Well, I mean, you know, you passed a clear check, right? How hard could it be? I say as I struggle through what is probably one of your easier ones. Or at least easier for people who know how to ground pound cancel consistently. guess we'll see if the little hip-hop routine we just saw in chat was a serious comment. Or at least my non-bot comment. Whoops. Yeah. Twitch actually flagged that as a possible ban evader. I don't really manually ban very many people here, so you know, it's just usually the bot issuing those. So I don't wonder if it's actually a person. Yeah, you're saying you're not a bot. That's what a bot would say. But can't really tell, right? Reverse Turing test. Do a surprising amount of that on Twitch. Yeah, Redox, give me a moment. Let me just permit you. It'll also give me a chance to like take a break from the controller for a moment and type this. And yeah, rule of two, go ahead and ask a question if you have one. And give me one moment. I'm just going to take a sip of my beverage while I sort of reorient myself around the controller here and see if that helps a little bit. Just so we're not totally locked into this mechanically. Might help sometimes, you know, just to have a bit of a break for the hands, but we will see. Nope. I don't know if this is happening. This is, yeah, it just takes too long for me to get to a good attempt. Because I have to get through so many cancels to do it. And overshoot a few along the way. You're saying, yeah, not today? Yeah. I don't know. We haven't improved in quite a few attempts. I was so close, though, that's the thing. It was just about to happen, it seemed. Can't believe how rough the cancel inputs are. I think it's simple, you know, hold down, hold up, right? Nope. Not so fast. Okay, let's see this. Oh, not that for once. Nope, missed it. Yeah, sometimes I missed it down, sometimes I missed it up. I can never quite predict. Sometimes I'm just too slow. Nope. When it sails ahead of me like that, I'm not exactly sure what it is I'm doing wrong. Getting it too early, perhaps. Not getting enough of a jump around this side, perhaps, so it doesn't have enough time to get over to conveyor. That's probably what's going on. Oh, that was supposed to be a short hop. Yeah, I'm actually shaving that jump over the top wall a little bit too much. I think that's what's happening sometimes if I'm sending the shell too far ahead. Because I make contact with it on the conveyor too soon. And if I do, then it deflects ahead of schedule. Nope, wow. Don't know how I bounced back on that one. It's supposed to go straight up, and I didn't get it that time. Nope. Okay, got it. Let's keep going. Nope. We were just a little out of position there. It's a little too far to the left, actually. Because we were just short of hitting that shell. Let's see if we can make it back there soon. See, so close, right? Every time I think that we're just about done with this, we have one good attempt just as a bit of a tease. Just at exactly the right time to force a few more attempts just to see if we can make something happen. Yeah, but it seems like with the last ground pound that time it was actually slightly too far to the left. You have to be pretty much right on the arrow, and you have to be quite risky about it to get close to that shell as it's dropping. Because you want to stop just about a tile short. We anticipated that a little too quickly. Nope. The timing on the shell is still a bit out of my control, I think. Or rather, we can't seem to find a consistent pocket that doesn't let it swing ahead of me like that, even though I've been trying to make some adjustments. Because it also depends on how late I am on the ground pound there. There's so many minor fluctuations here that are going to affect whether I can hit that shell. Whoops. Tiny little fluctuations. No. I think after this one I'll have had enough ground pound cancels for about a month, which is okay, I suppose. Whoops. Let's keep going. Nope. Well, we were so close, and so we'll see. I've already extended this far too long, but too far to the left, and we didn't get to cancel. Got it. What else can we get? Nope. Yeah, it takes so many attempts just to get that far, but... That was a good cancel that time, just bad timing. So we have to lose to that occasionally as well, even if we do it correctly. Whoops. Nope. See, it actually did cancel out way too late. It would register just as we were hitting the ground. No. You'd think with how many times I've done this that we would have eventually improved at these with practice, but no, they're still hard to execute. And nope. I was thinking that one was looking promising too, except in the end it wasn't. Nope. Yeah, sometimes it's the down, sometimes it's the up. It's almost certainly just too many forward diagonals. Or we just don't rotate into the correct direction accurately enough. The game is pretty strict about it. No, we actually jumped too high that time. The wall jump came off the conveyor instead of off the wall, and that's why I got ahead. First time I've seen that mistake, but just kind of tells you how accurate you have to be in order to catch it. A very rare attempt where I actually would get that wall jump off the conveyor belt section anyway. But too soon is still a miss. Okay, go. Got it. Nope, too low on the left wall. Because we didn't wrap back towards it quickly enough. See, we're starting to push ahead a little bit. Almost there. And I knew I had trouble with ground pound cancels. I didn't expect that my hit rate with them is about as bad as my hit rate with shell jumps nowadays. But because you don't necessarily think of them as something that's on the level of Kaizo item techniques or something, but in terms of success rate, it kind of has been like that. Well, we're so close to getting that attempt here that I really do have to see. Nope. Once again, just bad timing on that. Actually got it for once, but bad timing. Well, let's see. Nope. Too close to the wall. We are getting further with a bit more consistency, but I don't know how long that'll last. Perhaps not very long. Oh. Oh, that would actually hit. I thought it was a failure, and then that actually hit the wall. Preemptively pausing out of that, thinking that I'd missed it. Yeah, there's so many factors that are just slightly out of my control when it comes to timing, so... Well, who knows? See, when it goes smoothly. When it doesn't, well, we know what happens. No, too late. I was thinking we had to compensate by not going too early on the ground pound, but then that time it was too late. I ran into the shell. You have to stop just short of the shell. It's a very inventive setup. It's a way to require a ground pound that I don't think I'd really seen exactly. Where you have to kind of drop alongside the shell and then let it catch you on the conveyor. Very neat setup. I don't feel like it was a problem to read it, necessarily. I feel like I do know exactly what is supposed to happen there. But... you can never tell if that first shell timing is going to work out for me. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, and we just need to roll the dice on it, really. Because... I really don't have a feel for it until we hit the shell on this side, or don't. I do find that a little bit unpredictable. Nope. The level is very finicky. Are you talking about the uncleared one that you were trying? That was apparently an experiment. Yeah. Well, the Team 0% people will have to deal with it eventually. It's their problem. Wow, look at that. This is the first time I've overshot to the point of hitting that spiny on the side. I mean, I find your basic ground pound cancel finicky enough as it is, so... whatever mechanic that other level has, well... I wonder. Nope, missed it. Just didn't even do the ground pound that time, which has been a problem in many places. Nope, you see? It's probably because I'm still, once again, like, hitting that as a forward diagonal by mistake. And the game does not give me a lot of leeway to adjust out of that. Nope. Missed the wall jump. We're getting close, maybe. I feel pretty committed at this point. This is how we always wind up running my stream far longer than I expect, because we really keep pushing with stuff like this when I should probably save my thumbs at some point. But on the other hand, we're close, right? We're visibly close. And just need a couple of bounces to go my way. Not that one, apparently. Nope. Zips right through it. Yeah, you see, I just can't tell when I'm going to miss that thing, but it seems like I am hitting it too early. If I had to guess, that's the adjustment. Maybe it is. Couldn't quite tell what I did right. Yeah, the thing is, I do regress sometimes when it comes to the attempts. That's why I might take an unpredictable amount of time. I felt like it was really quite reasonably close, but the thing is, my ground pound cancels are just not consistent, and if you don't have that consistency, then it's very difficult to compound the good attempts on each other. Like I always say, the thing that really separates a lot of the best players is that they can recreate successful inputs very well. I've noticed that from watching them and seeing what they do right, is that if they find something that works, they can do it again. That means that you get faster practice off of later segments. It makes a huge difference when it comes to the total time that you spend on something. Because if you die too much to the early stuff that you should have solved already, you just get fewer attempts on the part that you actually want to work on, right? And that ends up making a huge difference in terms of not only total time spent, but also which clears you can realistically get. These ground pounds just aren't behaving today. I mean, they usually are a stumbling block for me. They're one of the few things I know is a bit of a technical trap when it comes to how I play. But yeah, we can get the first shell going. We'll have to make the second dive. Yeah, very difficult to get even just first bounce down consistently, I think. There we go, finally got some momentum. Nope, and then we missed it. Lucy Bubblegum had a really cool idea for a course, but wasn't cooperating with you. Yeah, I will still get to yours, by the way, if you're able to stay. I don't know if I'll actually clear this level before that, but we'll try just a bit more. Yeah, the thing is, if this first shell isn't cooperating, that kills a significant number of attempts as well that otherwise should be going. Yeah, Pitch Shifter, sorry for keeping you so long today. We'll make sure to catch your level next time. I didn't expect to spend nearly this long with this level, so... Trying to combine the blizzard thing you see in some levels mixed with rising poison. The blizzard type thing? Do you mean like the cloud snow effect that people use, or something different? Get it? Yes. Go. Got that one too. Let's see. Nope. Sliding down the wall. Yeah, there's a particular twister effect we're thinking out. I'm not sure I can visualize what you mean, but that's okay. No, don't worry about sounding tired or anything. I've been the one keeping everybody here, so way too long. Okay, but again. You're usually up this late, you just usually don't talk to people while being up this late. Okay, yeah. Twitch is surprisingly good for that. Oops. Nope. I don't know what it is with the ground pound cancels. Like, why they just don't works very well. But this is the one kind of thing where I almost think that the separate digital directional inputs of the Joy-Cons might be a good thing, because, you know, normally they're a massive problem for platforms because you don't hit diagonals. Thank you so much for the raid, incidentally. MGM1 coming in to watch me grind away at this thing. I'm glad I can give you a shout out because it means that I can actually reach over to my keyboard for a moment and get my hands away from the controller, because I've been on this level for an hour and a half. And I told myself a few times that, oh, I don't think it's happening. I think we're going to bail. And then every time I said that, I got very close. And I'm actually going to take a moment to have a quick sip and just stretch my fingers for a bit before I cramp up on this thing. But anyway, MGM1, I hope Ace Attorney has been treating you well. Usually an Ace Attorney night in some fashion for you, as I understand. We've been doing ground pound cancels for the past hour and a half. Or rather, we've been not successfully doing ground pound cancels for the last hour and a half. You gotta head out, and yeah, thank you so much for dropping by and saying hello anyway. Whoops. And you gotta get some sleep for work, yeah. Good idea. Unless you want to be totally zonked for it. Yeah. These are not nearly flexible enough. I was just about to say that despite how difficult it is typically to play platformers with the separated directional buttons on the Joy-Cons, I wonder if they're actually better for something like this, where I want to make sure that the down and up are unambiguously down and up, and there's just no chance of hitting the diagonal if you don't want to. And because I'm almost certain that the ground pound cancels are failing as much as they are, because when I kind of rock over to them on a D-pad, they're registering as diagonals. Since I'm going forward the whole time, right? Like I have a certain kind of momentum there. You replaced your level with something that showcases the thing so I can visualize it? Yeah, thank you. I'm very pleased, Lucy, that yours is next after this, because it'll be a nice change from having to ground pound everywhere. Which was the same thing that held me up with Redox's level last week, too, which we should get used to by now. And yet, we are not improving at this. I don't know if I'd even consider this Kaizo necessarily. It's more... Although, as I was saying, I'm seemingly as bad at ground pounds as I am at actual Kaizo tech. You know, with object handling and all that. But Kazoo, yeah, it's a Kazoo level. Single melody. Well, pitch shifter dropped, so it's just Lucy after this, and Lucy usually sends me traditional levels that don't take too long, so it really depends on how long you can say. Again, as I was saying, I might not get to clear on this. I feel like I'm just regressing too much. But again, every time I say that, right? So... We're slipping so much, though. Your favorite genre of level? Kazoo, yeah. Globally loaded Kazoo auto-scrollers. Not even getting the simplest of ground pounds at this point. You see, if only the first shell were not such a nuisance with it even being able to hit it, then at least we wouldn't be dying to so many attempts where I actually am ground pounding correctly. Because I only have so many correct ground pounds in my system, right? We're only going to do so many of them. So if I missed the shell, then that's a wasted one right there. Because I'm bashing my fingers against this one. Well, at least that shell was further along in the conveyor this time. When it's too early in the conveyor, too far to the left, that's when I know that it might be a problem. Almost. Nope, too high a bounce that time. We were fine up to that point, and then I didn't get the low bounce. That was actually the best attempt in a long time. Let's see if we can match it anytime soon. No, come on. You've got to be kidding. Okay. Yeah, that actually is another ground pound. I didn't see the arrows there. Because we bopped the shell. You have to kind of suspend your position with a ground pound so it can bounce back up towards you and support you before you hit the platform. That's the first time I've actually gotten there. That's why we didn't see it. And there's another one right after that too that's very similar, where it's ground pound to let the shell get under you. There's so many of these. There are 2 consecutive ones past the one that I reached. You think maybe you got lucky on this level? Yeah. Could be, considering how quickly you got through it. I mean, I don't know how often you play this sort of thing. If you're fairly new as a maker, then yeah. There's so many ground pounds in this that, you know, I thought we were heading towards just about the last one, but no, there are 2 more after that. And they do require you to just trust the shells, which we might be disinclined to do, given how the shells have been treating me all day. Look at that. Just a miss and a miss and a miss. You didn't have Switch Online until Thursday. Wow. It's impressive that you got through this one so quickly then. You tried the things from the Ryukart videos, I see. I know he's got some kind of Kaizo instructional content, but I haven't actually looked into it. Okay, Redux, that's it. Thumbs are not lasting long enough for this one. Especially with 2 more ground pounds to go. We have to do this another time. We'll see this level in a few weeks. Yeah, we got absolutely murdered by this one today. Absolutely murdered. And yeah, the fact that we were still 2 more ground pounds off from the end, I think, tells me we had a lot more attempts coming. We really tanked that clear rate too, look at that. Drove it into the ground. It says, yeah, next time is the title of that level, very appropriately so. Okay, by the way, I'm going to open for your code, single mail. You're the only one I'm opening for, just so you know. This is only an opening for just 1 additional level. Get your code in. We'll do 2 more, and then we are absolutely done for today. This is how I wind up in these situations where I say, okay, I'll run my stream for 4 hours, and we end up going 5 to 6. I hope you sent me an easy one, by the way, because my fingers are not going to hold out for anything too intense at this point, unfortunately. Okay, so you're sending me, Lucy, this level that has the blizzard effect that you wanted to tell me about. Perfect. We'll do it. I wonder if I've done anything by this maker. One of the more popular Japanese ones, I think, but I might not have. There are some super popular makers that I have completely missed in the past, so. Okay, well, look at this. I always like discovering my blind spots in this game, so. So, thank you for the recommendation. Okay. And you said there's a blizzard effect? Oh, I see, using twisters. Okay, you said something about twisters and I didn't know how they related to a blizzard effect earlier, so. I guess we'll find out. Then, pluck some clouds along the way. Do we have anything to whack these with? Not yet. No, not even a mecha. Although you can ride it out. A little bit. Oh. Just bash it in this way. I can get a snowball on the ground. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I've actually used that in so many places before. Particularly in puzzle levels. That was seen that used that specific mechanic and restricted in interesting ways. SMB2 is pretty durable here. This level. Also, yeah, it looks like an exit pipe for some kind of secret that we didn't see. Totally looks like a one-way exit for something in the subworld. We have not been playing this well, apparently. But I'm just relieved to have a level where I don't have a ground pound cancel. Absolutely relieved. Don't even care if it's a blizzard or something. Oh, I see. That you have the twisters down below just doing this. Ah, yes, and then you get the opportunity to bust through here. Yeah, I see what you mean, using the kind of fast-moving twisters that are just sent along the bottom, off-screen. 06i, what's that sound coming from? What sound? Do we have a sound issue? Or is there a sound effect here that I'm not paying attention to? Oops. Yeah. And then up on a semi-solid here, okay. Down, whoops. Oh. Right into the icicle. I kind of thought they looked like twisters on conveyors, to be honest. Or, oh, you mean the sound effect? Yeah, I guess we never really see twisters used as an instrument, and so I hadn't thought about that. Oh, we missed a star somewhere here that we had picked up previously. Twisters don't activate music. Yeah, they would just sail around that. Let's see. Try not to get caught up by too many things here. Oh, do that. Now we've got him in an unstable position. We are totally going for that, obviously. We're reckless that way. There we go. And let's get out. Yeah, nice little effect here. With all of them just kind of bunched up. And we'll set that down. Nice little tag for the flag as well. Oh, Larry for the positioning. Interesting. Oh, you mean for the music, for the instrument sound. Anyway, thank you so much for that recommendation. Let's finish the day with whatever single mill is showing me here. Larry makes a blizzard noise. Who would have thought? Hammer Broshi. There's a new double jump in town. Very fresh upload. Let's see it. Okay. And then, yeah, I was thinking that I have to catch it as it's falling. I sort of saw that coming, I just didn't know what kind of curve we needed. make that happen, because it seems like we kind of need to curve ahead of it, perhaps. We'll figure out how it's supposed to look. Because once we get the positioning down, we'll try to be consistent. Very neat, it's just that we need to hit it exactly where the coin is, I think. And I don't know if I should maybe pull back a little bit and let it go on ahead and let it wrap. Yeah, that's a lot better, actually, almost. That as it's popping out, it's not going to make contact immediately. So we do, in fact, want to go straight up like that and intercept. Very neat. Okay, let's figure this out. Yeah, we just need to find the right kind of positioning and figure out whether I follow it or get ahead of it. It's going to require a little bit of trial and error here. Because it's strange enough as a mechanic, that's not necessarily something I'll get blind. Unless we just let it go ahead first, and then... no, too late. Too late. Has to be one continuous motion. Just need to pull left a little sooner on that, then we can catch it. No, too soon. I mean, this curve is definitely suggesting that I follow it. We're not very good at reading maker indications around here. It does look like if I kind of stayed on that curve that we would be able to do it. Still a bit too far to the right, though. And not quite making contact correctly. Too soon. Very tricky. How am I dying to hammer bro? How am I not? Of course I am. I mean, unless I'm supposed to fall it over like that. Okay, I guess so. Yeah, because when it's popping out initially, it doesn't have a hitbox for a moment. But then I'm kind of intercepting it that way, and that's a bit of a problem, because we're hitting it too soon. Let's see if I can recreate the intersection that I had earlier. I can move into him anytime during the fall. Are you really? Because we did die a few times to making contact with him. Am I doing a full jump? Good question. Well, I am now. I probably wasn't before. Okay, we did have one that worked. We just need to not step on top of him. Okay, good. That works. Yeah, I didn't quite read this as expecting the full jump. Yeah, interesting idea for sure. Just a little bit unfamiliar from a positioning perspective. In terms of trying to reverse engineer what kind of curvature I should be going for. No. We need to let it get ahead a little bit. Maybe. Can't quite tell if we should be adjusting back or adjusting forward, but... yeah, it looks like the expectation is that I pull back a little bit. You did follow the line, okay. I am intercepting it much too early. Spin on the first one is easier, really. Yeah, because I guess it sends you a little bit lower. Interesting. Getting way ahead like that? Okay. That's what I was trying initially, I just couldn't quite hit it. because I thought we'd kind of need some forward momentum going into it. But not quite. Blowing your mind that I'm dying from it. Yeah, I mean, of course I would, right? There are plenty of places to collide with it. Yeah, it might just be that I have slightly different habits from you do as a player. I mean, that sometimes happens that, you know, you just... as the maker might missing some possibility completely simply because, you know, we all kind of have our controller habits and the way we execute things. And then it's entirely possible that I'm missing something obvious about how to catch it, but that's what playtesting is for. I mean, you know, it's immediately clear to me what the concept is supposed to be, and that's not the issue. It's more just actually landing the hit in a reliable fashion. It's taking me some time to locate. I managed to get over it twice, I think. Yeah, we should maybe read the line a little more accurately. I might not be very consistent about the full jumps, it's true, because, you know, I'm trying to control my position here. It's quite possible that that's not happening. Also, I mean, you know, particularly with something like a situation where the player has to aim, it's not actually safe to assume that they'll full jump. Because, again, it might be a bit of a habit of mine that I'm not picking up on here, that I am letting up to try to reposition. Got it. Okay. Okay. Nope. Almost at the flag, though. Yeah, I didn't know that a full jump would just completely protect you. If it does, I wouldn't have assumed that it does. You wonder how many people go for full jumps? Yeah, it's hard to tell because sometimes it's obvious when a level just has all full jumps all the time. And sometimes it's really, really not. I mean, sometimes you can just kind of tell from the positioning. Other times it's not really fair to assume, particularly if you're trying to control a lot of your landings. Whoops. Totally blew that. You always do unless they make you. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's sort of interesting because, I mean, I'm not a speed player or anything, but one thing you'll sort of notice with a lot of the most experienced Kaizo players, having seen some of them play high levels before, it's something that makes a big difference with them, is that a lot of them actually shave their jumps like crazy. They cut every possible corner, and they do it naturally. Like if you watch somebody like Panga, for instance, many times you're not going to assume that he's doing full jumps because he's actually trying to cut every corner as close as he can, and he doesn't even think about it when he does that. Like somebody like Grand Pooh Bear does that too. I only realized that once I saw them play levels that either I had built or which I was very intimately familiar with going in, that that's the optimization they make that they don't even think about anymore. It's just how they play, right? So, but then again, you know, some levels, when you do full jumps everywhere, they kind of write themselves, and it's obvious that that's the way. You learn making easy levels harder and making hard levels. Yeah, in some ways, because there's more player freedom in many cases. Which also means more unpredictable behaviors and patterns that you are technically allowing, but which you might not be designing around necessarily. Almost. But anyway, now that I've had a little cheat here of the maker being in the room to tell me full jumps everywhere, then we'll try to do that. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much variation there is in people's controller habits as well. Nope. Maker in the room. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what viewer levels are for, right? Well, that's why we playtest. Just to see what kind of unexpected outcomes pop up. Yeah, this second one has a nice and easy curve once you see it. Gives you a lot more room to work with. Whoops, totally missed them all. Yeah, this one is a little bit awkward here in that I have to pull back pretty aggressively, but... Oh, put that down consistently now. When it actually comes together, it's a very cool concept for sure. Checkpoint. Good. And then there will be some kind of key plus doubling back in the next segment, it seems. Oops. Let's assume that the spins are also full spins. In that case. Hang on. Nope. Just bad positioning there. We needed good forward momentum going into the first jump. Very nice. Interesting. I wonder where the first one was even relevant then, if we were just bouncing ahead. Oops. Yeah, the curves do give you some pretty clearly marked targets. We'll see how faithfully we can follow that. That worked out pretty well. Missed a key. Well, so much for that. Just needed to give it a little bit more room to drop. I feel like, okay, I see what it is. Hammer first, then block, then mole. Yeah, that's what it is. I understand it now. Oops. It actually almost worked, even though I wasn't intending to spin. Yeah, no, I understand what it's supposed to be now. Just needed to parse the relevance of the first hammer first. So hammer, then block, then mole. Nope, too early. There's a secret world, interesting. Well, we'll see. Let's try to actually get through what we can. I do always try to look around for anything optional or hidden, but see if it's within reach. Yeah, if you just target the key without worrying too much about the hammer, that actually works out quite well over here. Nope, too soon. Yeah, it has to be then block, then hammer, and then mole, and then coin. It's a very clear sequence. I'm just missing it. Whoops. Too far to the left. So we're intercepting too soon in all of those cases. Not quite there. A little late now. Just over adjusting a bit. Well, we had this. Let's get it back. There we go. Oops. You tried every enemy until you found out Hammer Brothers work perfectly? Yeah, because they don't get into their throwing yet. The 2-tile height on them is... Well, not 2-tile, but, you know, the height on them is nice as well. Slightly bigger hitbox. Oops. It's a fun concept, that's for sure. Okay. Nice to use them for a purpose that does not involve the player getting whacked by tons of hammers as well. Since they don't get a landing and all that time. No, too soon on this one. We need to curve a little further. We should probably trust the tracks a little more than I've been doing. Nope. Yeah, the tracks are surprisingly good when we do take advantage of them. Although this one, still hitting too early. Okay, let's continue. Nope, still too far to the left when we hit it. Just making contact way too early. Nope. Needed to give that one a little more room to make the drop. Way off. The key ones are your favorite? Yeah, I like the key ones as well. They give you a very clear target that actually looks like a target. And they also give the hammers plenty of room to bounce in a way that doesn't feel like they're crowding you. Oops. There's also that immediate satisfying response of actually picking up the key. Oh. That's a hammer death once again. You're saying it's because it's a clear pullback? Yep. Very clear how your curve is supposed to go. You leave plenty of room. Starting to hit some death again. Yeah, fun idea for sure. Wish there were a better way to communicate what the expectation is when it comes to the jumps. I mean, you know, the positions are there, it's more the timing and the spacing. Relying on full jump seems to have been a mistake. Yeah, it's not a safe expectation of players, because even if they consciously are thinking about, okay, I have to full jump in this level, it's very easy to let up when you're just trying to adjust to a moving target. I mean, the way that people naturally try to adjust to landing on a moving target is that they will try to let up on the gas a little bit. But we'll see. Let's see. I mean, I guess, you know, you might want to get a sense of how this play tests against other people as well. Maybe everybody else just has full jump habits that I don't. But I kind of doubt it from what I've seen elsewhere. I mean, if there were a better way to communicate that and communicate it early, that would be useful, but I'm not sure what kind of solution I can think of, because you've already got something going on the screen when it comes to trying to set up the positioning of the track. And the tracks imply that, yeah, you're going to need a big jump just to get up to that point, but it doesn't necessarily imply that you want to keep the big jump all the way through. Because the temptation, especially if people are going to be outpaced by the hammer, is to drop. Very strong instinctual temptation to drop, because that's how we normally play Mario, so... Yeah, I've been holding full jumps into these ones here. I think so, anyway. I think it's more that if I feel like I'm about to be outpaced by the hammer. Nope. This one's feeling a bit tight. You think it's near the top of the arc? Maybe. Could be. I'm trying to hold into it. Now we're catching it a bit low. That's okay. I mean, that's what playtesting is for. Okay. Oh, still catching it too soon. That's a hard one to aim for. We really do kind of need to overshoot it, I think. Without hitting the wall first. What happens when I play Kaizo? Well, I mean, it depends on the level, right? I feel like I'm controlling all the time when it comes to shell jumps and the like. So, I mean, maybe that's why I'm bad at Kaizo, who knows? But it really depends on the level that you're playing. Because again, very often what you're actually asked to do is shave your height a little bit, especially if the margins are a bit tight, or if you have low ceilings. Have I heard of UFO 50? I feel like I've seen the name. I feel like I've seen streamers listed on Twitch on my follow list who were listed as playing UFO 50. I have no idea what it is. I know something by that name exists, so you might have to fill me in on that, Pajad Visor. Actually, Single Mill, it is true that one of the most frequent mistakes I make when I'm playing Kaizo is that I'm not very accustomed to letting go of the grab button while I'm still holding a full jump. So sometimes we miss throws where I'm supposed to hold the full jump through it, because that's something that I have trouble with when it comes to muscle memory. So it is true that I do have some full jump issues in the Kaizo sitting from time to time as well. Because again, you know, nothing in a standard platformer trains you to do that, really. With the way that you're typically conditioned to play not only standard Mario, but standard anything. That Kaizo item handling is something very specific to the Mario custom scene, be it in ROM hacks or here. Oops. And again, like I was saying, that, you know, people who instinctively try to go for speed, they do cut corners all the time. They shave every jump. Oops. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you have the totally opposite habit of holding full jump all the time, unless otherwise specified. Okay, almost. You think you control your jumps and precision or speedrun, but not in Kaizo. Interesting. Just watch me try to hold full jumps everywhere in Kaizo and suddenly improve or something. What if that was a blind spot all along, right? Rashad Visitor, UFO 50 is a recently released on Thursday, a game by the guy who made Spelunky. Oh, I didn't know that. I have actually not played Spelunky. I know that 1 and 2 are both out on Switch. I heard about Spelunky years and years ago when it first came out, but I feel like I got buried under tons and tons of other things in a roguelike format. The catch is that it's not really a game, but rather a collection of 50 games. Huh, interesting. Has a heavy emphasis on the feeling you get when diving through older ROMs in a batch looking for something worthwhile. Okay. So a bit of a variety show. As its framing structure, then. Yeah, no, I'd missed out on that completely. I've not really been keeping up with a lot of games recently, though. I've been playing Frostpunk 2 on the side, on the PC, and I've not been streaming it because I'm not able to handle that technically. And of course we've got Zelda coming next week. But otherwise that's what we've got going on here. Oops. And of course, we're not totally done with Pizza Tower either. We'd finished all of the top-ins earlier in the week, but still have lots to do just in terms of collection. But that's something we'll likely get back to closer to Halloween, perhaps, when we can see what's going on with that. As recommended. Still haven't been able to catch it. This is getting a little closer. I was holding that fully, I think, but it's catching me a bit on the way down. Whoops. Not out on Switch anyway, and you want that on Switch. Interesting. Kind of like the NSO app. Whoops. Yeah, it's been a busy season. Well, every season's a busy season for game releases nowadays, I think. Constant density. I've not been able to catch this. I know what I'm supposed to do, we just can't catch the timing. You don't think I could have been holding it fully, and you're sure that a bro can't hurt you with full jumps, okay. Curious, I wouldn't have assumed that. You remember thinking 2024 will be a bit more quiet after an excellent 2023? Well, 2023 was kind of anomalous, though, for sure. Kind of reminded me of 2017, where we'll just be catching up on that year's vintage for half a decade to come, if not more. Oops. No, we're just not catching this. Because when I'm trying to curve towards the hammer, I have to curve so close to the mole without actually hitting the mole. I haven't died once doing spin jumps. Interesting. Well, I mean, I also haven't been standing next to the hammer during spin jumps. Oops. Nope, I'm just off target. We're landing it, we're just off target. Because I'm kind of pulling back into the hammer until we lose all forward momentum there. We'll see. Oh, totally overshot that. Yeah, constantly inundated with things to play. Very typical experience at this point, I think. Yeah, when I'm trying to follow the curve on that one, I hit the hammer much too early. Which is why I'm trying to push a little further to the right here, but... Nope. Yeah, we're just off angle. It looks like that's supposed to hit. If we can hit in that location and still sneak under the block, that's fine. We just don't have enough forward momentum going into it. Hmm. Oh, we actually got it that time, except I missed them all. That's the first time we've actually done that. Hammer into block. That's the first time we've actually hit. I'm just glad this isn't wrecking my thumbs the way that the ground pound cancel level was doing earlier. Personal best earlier, yeah. Well, let's not start over, obviously. Yeah, you're going to show other people this level, and if I'm the only one who dies to it, then you'll let me know, yep. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what playtesting is for. You should get a bit of a sample of what people's habits are, and it's entirely possible that I'm just an extreme edge case, but... But yeah, I do kind of suspect that the expectation that people will just full jump everywhere is not really a safe one. You got the second one about 6 times? Nope. You jumped on him about 6 times, okay. Not that far yet. I haven't gotten a hit. That one just yet. Yeah, it's a very tricky curve to make in some ways. Whoops. Let's save this. This one's at least salvageable if you miss. Initially. Okay. Worked almost. Whoops. Didn't think I'd let up at all that time. That's interesting. You really think I should try holding spin on them all? Okay. Well, oh, missed it. Well, we can try it. Actually, surprisingly accurate. Almost, but we're not getting the correct curve. I mean, I guess because the spin gives you so much height off of jump on an enemy, then it's not a bad idea. Actually, it does feel much easier. As long as we position ourselves correctly on the second one here. There we go. Yeah, the spin gets equivalent height after bounce. Yeah, that's true. Not a very good angle here, though. Oops. We need a much better curve on that, obviously. Oops. Okay, just need to that settled in a little bit, and there we go. Hey, we got it. Okay. Is this the secret room you were talking about? One over here. And look at that, there's a door here as well. I guess we need to hit this in the dark. And where does this take me? Left? Oh, I guess it's a reset. Yeah. I don't even know what the target is supposed to be there. Huh. Well, as long as we don't die. Except I can't get anything here anymore because, yeah, that's a bit of a problem is that you have to, this gives you an exit, but you're only able to hit that once. I feel like we were supposed to go all the way across to the top right or something as a target, and we didn't see it. But after that, just one chance in a hammer, so let's get back out. Not getting that key door. So it'll be chain chomp up to a hammer at the 30 coin. And look at that, there's the hammer broshi we were hearing about earlier. Well, that's the furthest one yet. So yeah, getting close. I sort of knew what we were supposed to do there, we just didn't have the forward momentum to get over the munchers. Get over that whole segment. Oh. Yeah, the position does feel pretty tight on that hammer. The part after this one. The one with the curve that's just a tile left in the mole. I think my instinct is to not push too far on that one so we don't run into the mole. And of course we're just consistently making contact with the hammer too early. Nope, coming in consistently too low now. We are aiming for that coin. At least I'm not dying to the bro anymore. Yeah, that's true. Wouldn't have occurred to me that the full jump gives you immunity. I've been playing this game for a long time, I don't know how that occurred to me. Oh. It's barely over, which still counts. Full jump makes shell jumps free, okay. Yeah, again, that's kind of a known muscle memory problem for me and Kaizo as well. Making sure we hold until it releases. Oops. Oops. You'd think we'd be able to catch this one a bit more reliably by now, after seeing it so many times, but not quite. Well, I mean, we've seen the goal, we just are about one jump away from it. Yeah, we're consistently too low now. Whoa, just completely missed it. Didn't even hit the block. Okay, let's fix that. Got it. Feels very smooth when we do get it. Very natural. Favorite genre? Hard to pick just one. We do a lot of, whoops, you know, gimmick concept platformers around here. I also play lots of puzzles. Not as many as I used to, but we've featured a lot of those in the past. Oops. But yeah, we've done a lot of, you know, contraption platformers around here, basically. And I mean, I generally like being impressed by things on the maker side that are just very elaborately put together. Am I controlling my spin jumps, really? Yeah, might just be a bad habit in there. Whoops. I'm totally missing this for some reason. Yeah, okay. Let's fix this. But my curve is totally off in this first one. Nope, too low. I have to hit that sweet spot. We found it earlier. Just lost it all over again. We'll try to go for that bonus room if we make it there. Nope. Yeah, this positioning feels pretty awkward on that yellow turn block there. It's one where I'm always hitting the hammer just a little too high and unable to sneak below the block. Particularly because it's kind of directly over the mole, right? So I already feel like I need to do some kind of pullback in order to position properly. But I'll try to do it. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, it's just hitting way too high. And the thing is, I don't want to get too close to the mole, right? So the fact that the target location for the hammer is so close to the mole is probably what's making me miss. Nope. Funny thing is, I wonder if it's conceivable that you could go under the blade. Or if by that point the point of contact with the hammer is much too low. You're obviously supposed to go over, that's how we did previously, but... Let's see if we can make it work. Nope. Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward curve too. Go hammer to block the mole. That next segment. Nope, still short. You're gonna make your mission to make a 2% level, yeah? You thought this would be the one? Well, by the time I'm done with it, who knows? I don't know, I don't know if you've managed to catch a previous playthrough. I did see there was already a clear on it when I came in. Nope. Yeah, it's one of those where if you know where you're going, I don't think the jumps are necessarily difficult to execute, but you kind of have to have a pretty battle-tested idea of where the curvatures are supposed to be. We don't have that. I definitely held into that. I definitely held into that one. I don't think I let go. Oops. Missed. That's okay. That's why we play test. Get a sense of what's going to be on target. Okay, there we go. Let's try this bit again. So I don't know what the actual target is once we hit the hammer. I think we didn't die to it, but I actually have no idea what the key is supposed to come from here, so I guess we just won't see it. Maybe it's supposed to be all the way over? I really am not clear on that. But we'll grab that. It'll be a long-standing secret. Yeah, it looks like it's really a shot in the dark in a very literal sense. Anyway, we finally, at long last, got the win. Oh, that was the first clear. Okay, I thought there was a... Oh, right, because this was a very fresh upload. I see, yeah. Well, thank you for offering me first clear on this. It's a good concept. I wish there were a clearer way to signal that you basically need to full jump for it. I know you're trying your best with the track placement indicating a target curve, but of course, nothing's necessarily stopping the player from just trying to control on the way down to try to hit the target, right? And so it might be one of those things where it's just with the way that I read indicators, or rather don't. But I would say, yeah, definitely shop this around and see how it goes. It's one of those things where, you know, it's too fun a concept to waste. But on the other hand, I wonder if there could be more clarity to how it is supposed to work. Anyway, we had fun. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this very, very protracted stream. Much longer than I imagined it would be. And yeah, Redox will have to get revenge on that level at some point. Anyway, like I said, no queues for the next 2 weeks or so. And because we've got Echoes of Wisdom probably taking up next weekend, and then I'm not here the next weekend after that. But viewer levels typically return into this time slot week after week, most of the time, and so we'll be back for more sometime in October, I'm sure. So, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to send you folks on to somewhere else. And of course, much appreciated all the new makers who came in today, as well as the numerous raids that we got from Extra Typo, Birthday Boy, B Minutes, and MGM1 earlier on in the session. Let's pass on the favor somewhere else, and until then, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything you may be playing or making or testing. And as always, fare thee well.